Hello and welcome to ZaranTech. In today's digital age, safeguarding sensitive data and ensuring the integrity of business processes is paramount. Let us dive deep into the essentials of becoming a SAP System Security Architect. In simple terms, it's all about safeguarding the integrity, confidentiality, and availability of data within SAP systems. Think of it as building a fortress around your organization's most valuable assets, ensuring they remain protected from cyber threats. In 2020, 70% of organizations saw a notable rise in security risks as cyber attacks grew more sophisticated. With SAP systems integral to many businesses, the demand for skilled security architects is urgent. Beyond financial losses, breaches cause reputational damage and legal issues, eroding trust and leading to lasting consequences. This course equips you to excel as an SAP System Security Architect. Covering fundamentals to advanced threat detection and mitigation, each module offers actionable insights for real-world applications. Before we begin, please make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates from us. Now let us look at the agenda. 1. User settings. 2. Working with role maintenance. 3. Application security, governance and compliance. 4. Access governance and compliance. 5. Infrastructure security. Let's dive in.
So SAP Security Architect, we're starting with the first session, user management or user setting. So the transaction that we have, a classical transaction within SAP that we have is SU01. So it's a very common transaction for SAP Security where we manage users. So we're going to see various user settings in detail within the transaction. So if we go into the transaction, these are the few of the tabs. So this slide represents all the tabs that we have in the SU01 transaction. So we'll also see in the system, how does it look like, and the significance of each and every tab that we have. There'll be few more additional tabs when we use SAP along with HANA. So that's on special configuration where we have both SAP and HANA DB, and both are connected with HANA configuration. So we'll see those special tabs also. Let me get into the SAP server and show you these screens, how these screens look like. So it's very common classical transaction of SU01. So I'm already in SAP server. So this is the system ID that I'm using. S4 HANA, so we can log in with our own ID. So I have my own ID when you'll be provided with the login from the support team. So once we log in, this is the server that we have. The SID is S4H, client number is 400. So I'm getting into the transaction, SU01. So this is a very common transaction of creating a user or managing a user, doing changes to a user. So let's see the details within those transactions. So I've already created a user. We can display the user details. This is the user ID, which is created. So once we display, we get all the tabs listed here. So this PPT has details of all these tabs. So we'll get to see one by one what are each of these tabs is used for. So many a time we might be using this transaction, but few tabs which we do not use, or maybe it's not even configured for our client or landscape, but in different landscape, it might be of some use. So starting with the documentation tab. So usually we don't get into the documentation. It's basically to mention the details about the user. So normally we start with the address details. So we can get into edit and see what are the user details. We can fill in email IDs and all the information related to the user, like the first name, last name, and all of these details. Here, the last name is something which is mandatory. Others are not mandatory or compulsory. Even email is optional. So the information here is also known as the master data for the user. So this is one of the tabs. Documentation is optional. Most of the tabs are optional. The mandatory tabs are address with last name and the password in the logon data tab. So documentation is mostly for details about this user ID. If you need to mention some description, the documentation detail of user, like what is this user for? Maybe the user is for supporting the landscape. So we can have all this documentation listed. If the user is an auditor, so it's mostly text and who is responsible for this user. So all these details we can mention. So it's mostly optional. Usually we start with the address details, all the master data for the user, and then the logon data. So in logon data, password is something which is mandatory. So we can apply the password in like two different ways. Either provide a manual password, manually we can enter the password, which will be changed the moment the user log in the very first time. And we can also apply an automated password. So in order to apply an automated password, which is generated by SAP, we need to click on this one, this button. So if we click onto this button, SAP generates automated password, which is a complex one. So it's as per the password policy. So you can see the password length. It's a huge password with a lot of characters. Increase the font size. A lot of characters and symbols. The password starts from here, and it ends here. This would be the password. So there are two different ways of generating. We can also disable the password for certain scenarios. So in order to disable, so if I disable or deactivate, the status changes to deactivate. Now the user cannot use the password to log in. So in certain specific scenario where we do not want the user to use password, it can be deactivated. Especially scenarios such as if there are single sign-on mechanism and we don't want end user to log in with a user ID and password, but rather the authentication will happen in SAP through a single sign-on mechanism. So in that case, we can deactivate users' password. But in general, passwords are there and it is activated. If you generate for the first time, you will see the status as initial password. And if the user logs in, then this initial password status will change to a productive password. So I can show you that. So let's reset the password for this user. So the first and last, both the password new and the repeat password should be exactly the same. Welcome 123. Here's my user ID and password. So I'll try to log into this system with the user ID and password. Now, one thing to mention here is the type of user, which is very important. So by default, the user type is dialog. So there are multiple types of user. We'll get to see that what are these different types. But normally end users or business user, they are of type dialog. And we'll see what are the difference of all this type of user and where all it's used. So let's try to log in. So right now, the password status is initial password. So if we try to log into the same system with the newly created user ID and password, so the moment I press enter, SAP will prompt for a new password which needs to be provided. So this is like a security feature. Let's say I'm working in a security team and I have resetted a user's password. So only the user should be logging into the new user ID. That is, the business user should always log in with their own ID and password. So SAP also logs all the logins and transaction. Everything is logged in the SAP. So from compliance perspective, one user should not use the credentials of somebody else, even if the user is a admin, basis admin or security admin. So there's like a security feature that whenever the password is reset, even for the end user or the security admin, when you're trying to log in, it will prompt for a new password. And that's when you change and do a login. So now I'm changing it to welcome 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And by default, the security feature is that you cannot use last 5 passwords. So if I have used, say, welcome 1, 2, 3, I cannot use welcome 1, 2, 3 for next 5 password reset. So that's a default security policy in SAP.
Okay, and how would you like me to do the questions? Because I have a question on that, right?
You can let me know.
Okay, so first of all,
normally for like batches, we do it in the end of the session, but because it's like one-to-one, we can always take questions.
Okay. So around the password policy that you've just spoken now, from setting up the system, I've been part of a team where we have to actually implement the policies. So where can you set up the policy that you want SAP to force the users to set up? Then when you say, okay, then tied to that is that when you say you can't use the last 5 passwords, right? Is that a SAP standard policy, or this is part of the setup that's been done for this specific SID for ZaranTech?
This is a standard. I mean, when you install SAP afresh, there will be standard password policy. So there will be some standard parameter values for the password policy, which you can obviously change. So yeah, we can customize policy according to our requirement, obviously, and we can also provide different range of password which should not be used. Let's say some very common password that users will be using, like say their own date of birth, or which is like only numbers, or let's say the user admin being the password. So user ID is admin and password is admin, or just a password which is something like password. Okay. So we can also eliminate those common passwords by providing a list of the characters or password list which should not be used. So you can tweak the policy, password policy, as per your requirement. So we'll get to that, like where we do the password policy settings. So just for the highlight, there are basis transactions like RZ11, where you change the parameters. So that's where you can modify or tweak various password policies. Yeah, does that answer your question?
Yes, sure. Mm-hmm. And we will get to this transaction later, right, to know how.
Sure. Yeah. So we have that as well. So now I have changed the password to another one. And when you hit enter, okay, see, this is the message. The new and old password must have at least 3 different characters. So this is also a default password policy which is there. So because I'm using a similar kind of password, let me change it to something else altogether. Say home. Right. This is not a good password to use. So it's not long enough. Minimum length is 10 characters. Even that is a password policy. This is a default password policy. Okay. So instead of some of the companies, I have seen this apart from what we are covering, like especially for passwords, there are various tools. There are online tools, or even there are applications which you can use for like automated password generation. So if we check for any password generator, so there will be different password generator application. This is an open source password generator application where you can include complex like symbols and number, choose the password length. So ideal password length should be like more than 12 to make it strong. So suppose I need a password of 10 characters, including all of this, you can generate a complex password, something like this. So instead of providing, so it's a, like usually when the users provide password, it is very simple. It is easy to use different tool to crack those passwords, like brute force mechanism and those. So it is a good practice in an organization to use complex password. And most of the time, if users are using their own, creating their own password, it is either it will have a full word or a character or a say name or something which is easy to crack or break through. So it's always recommended that we use tools like this. So I've seen a lot of corporation, they use organization, they use this kind of tools. Although this one is an open source one, and there are a lot of third party, like this is also a good application, LastPass, and then we have from Norton password managers. So there are many which can generate like complex password according to different algorithms. So this will be difficult to break. And just a different insight. Okay. So now we are logged into the user. So you can see the user login here in bottom right corner, the end user who have logged in. Yeah. So this is how the user logs in, and so the user can exit. So you can exit or exit with any X. So I am back in my own admin screen. So if I go back and again display the user, so you can see the status of the password is production password. So initially when I have reset it, it was admin password, initial password, and now it is production password. So what I wanted to show you is if a user have already logged on and is using the account, so this is where you can check whether the user have actually used the account. If the business user or end user says like I've never used this account, this is where we can check whether the account has been used or not, at least logged on for the first time. So if it is production password, that means somebody have used the user ID to change the initial password and log in, and the account is actually productive. Yeah, so that's the significance.
Okay, I have a question to that effect. So I've been on a live project where we were integrating an identity and access management tool. This time we're using SailPoint, and it's meant to trigger inactive users, dormant account management, right? So we wanted it to be able to read users that had never used their account, even though there was a password set. Would this be the data element for them to check, like
Yes.
Initial admin password? And then how do you now know, like, how can I read what is the parameter behind it, and even be able to, how do I tell, for instance, SailPoint, what parameters do I tell SailPoint to read to know, like we wanted to set it that if you reset the password, but if they've not used it after like 10 days or 5 days, you should consider them as dormant accounts, something like that. So maybe we can take it later, but yeah, those are the some of my real life.
Yeah, I have done similar projects. I would say Okta or SAP IDM. All of this will get data mostly through a Java connection from SAP, right? Or DBC connection or any of those remote connections. And in SAP, the data is stored in SAP tables. So as a SailPoint developer or the person who is going to integrate should look for the table where the password status or details are stored. So from SAP point of view, we can see those information through different transactions as well as in tables. So like there's a transaction called SIM, which we will see later on, SUIM, which is for SAP user management. So here there are a lot of reports. So one of this report is related to user logins. So if I am generating this report, so it will give all the IDs. These are the user IDs in SAP. Yeah, and it will also provide the details like whether the account was used. and is it in locked state or unlocked state? Even if it is an unlocked state, whether the account is ever logged in or not. So this is a reference data which IDM can use, like SailPoint. So this will be the reference data from where they will get the information, but the developer should look for where this information is stored. So anything that we see in SAP screen will have a corresponding SAP table. So they'll pick this, the table data, and that's where you will evaluate whether the user have logged on or not. So from here, you can see, you can just filter. So these are the accounts which is not in use. Okay, few of them has been logged by admin also. Okay. So this is a report which gives information of the user, when the user have logged on last, and whether the password is active, is the account logged, what kind of user it is, who have created, basically all information about the users in the system. There are 71 users right now, and these are the user details. So this will be one of the source data for any of the IDM, where you check for like dormant user report or dormant user actions.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. So back to this. So logon data tab have a couple of other areas like user group, validity, and other data. So out of this, validity is like from when the user is valid, valid to and valid from. So we can provide a validity date. If we do not provide, it's like till end of date and it's valid. So let's say the user is valid from today, and I can give a range. Suppose this user is a contract user and the contract ends after a month or 6 months. So I can provide a valid to date. So after this validity date, the user ID will not work. So this seems to be slow. Let's go back to the PPT, which has the same screens. Yeah, so we have seen documentation and the address tab, and then we have logon tab. So in logon tab, there are a couple of more important details like alias and user type. So we have totally 5 different SAP user type: dialogue, communication, system, service, and reference. So most of the users that we create that you see in SAP are of dialogue type. So what is the significance of dialogue? In dialogue user type, when you log in for the first time, like you have seen, the password needs to be changed. It is used by all the end users. So for every dialogue user, there should be a license applied in a real landscape. So most of the licensing is tagged for dialogue users. And we cannot use multiple login for a dialogue user. That means you cannot have the same user ID and password to be used by 2 or more persons simultaneously. Only one session will be active from a terminal. So there's no multiple logon in dialogue type of users. And the other similar kind of user, but quite opposite is service, where we can use service for multiple logon. That means you can use the same user ID and password within a team, and 5 different people can use the same user ID and password. It's like a generic user ID and password, and there can be multiple sessions. So because this is the nature of the user ID, it is not provided to end users or business users. So where service is used, the term itself says service. This team, the administration team, infrastructure team, most of the time they will use a service account where they can do multiple logon, and it is not tagged to a single individual user. So the ID can be shared, multiple users can be logged in, and the primary difference is the password don't expire. So the default password policy for dialogue is within 90 days it will expire, but for service account it will never expire. And if you reset the service account, it will not ask for the password when you try to log in for the first time. There's no point of like changing passwords. So yeah, we were setting up validity. So let me save a validity for this, and I'll create another one for service to show you the difference. So let's say employee SRB is a new user, which I'm going to create. Employee SRB service user. So everything remains same. So instead of dialogue, I'm changing it to service. So the password is welcome123. So when we will try to log in with this user ID, it will not ask to change the password for the first time. So because service IDs are used by mostly the administration team, and it can be used by multiple users. So the security feature and dialogue IDs that we have, it is like bypassing. So it's an agreed kind of user where it's shared by multiple people within a specific team, and it doesn't have the security feature of like password policy being applied, especially for resetting the password. So I'm trying to log in with the newly created ID, which is of service type. So welcome 123. So you can see the difference. Once I log in, it will take me to the SAP screen straight without asking for any password change.
Question, please, for you. This initial password not expiring after 90 days, is this a standard SAP setting, or it's configurable to application and to client needs setting?
Yeah, I mean, it's standard, but it is configurable. So by default, this is the policy, but you can configure.
Okay.
For a dialogue ID, but for service ID, that is standard. So for service ID, by default, the password doesn't expire.
Okay. We normally use this service for in non-productive environment, also for like test users and things like that, where it's okay. But as you, yeah, is that a good practice? Yeah.
For non-prod, I mean, if your non-prod systems are not auditable, then you can use service. So ideally, we should avoid service IDs in production. Because service IDs are used by it can be used by multiple users. Auditing is a little difficult. Even if you have audit trail, it is difficult to figure out who have used it, because you can have multiple sessions of service ID from different terminal, and it is not tagged to a specific user, right? So we see like normally service users are only used by basis team mostly, or in some special cases. So in production, yeah, it's good to avoid. Test systems, non-prod system, it is fine if it is not auditable or you don't have any license implication.
I also observe some clients using service users when they have like web portal interface where the user doesn't log on directly in the SAP system, but more through the web portal. Is that also a good practice?
Right. So if you are using web portals or say BI portal or any portal, so yes, some people, they tend to use service, but I think that's not a correct practice. So instead of service, there is another type of user which should be used, which is system. So we should use system for any like system-to-system communication, whether it is within the system, like internal RFCs, or if it is external system like a portal and an ABAP system. So then we should use system type of connection. So the difference between system and dialogue and services. So out of all these users, dialogue and service, you can physically log into the system with the user ID and password manually. Whereas system, you cannot log in with the user ID and password. So even if you create the user ID and password and mark it as system, we cannot log into the system ID. So it is exclusively created just for system communication. So if I change this ID to a system kind of ID, so this will not be, you cannot log in with the password. Okay, so it's only meant for system to system communication, either internal system or external system. So there are two such kind of IDs. One is system and another is communication. Okay, so both were initially categorized for system to system communication. Communication was specifically for like inter-system communication, two different systems. And system IDs were initially created for within the system, like inter-system communication, like within the web system itself. But now what SAP recommends in last few years, they have recommended, what I've seen is not to use communication and only use system for such kind of communication. So system is ideally used. Communication, they're avoiding to use. So in most of the latest notes, SAP notes, you will see that SAP does not recommend to use communication user anymore, although it's still there. So maybe in future version, they can remove it. So there have been some vulnerabilities where communication type of user was used to hack or for data leak. So for most of the non-login communications, we should use a system type. So instead of system, even if you use dialog or service, it will work. Dialog, the issue will be the password will expire after 3 months by default and the communication will fail, right? Service, it will not fail, it will continue to work. But what is the risk? The risk is whether it's dialog or service, these IDs can be used to log in, right? So if the infrastructure users, whether it's basis or security, they have the user ID and password, they can log in. Okay, whereas those IDs should not be used to log in. So why not have it as system, which technically will not even allow you to log in. So
in this use case, it was a regular user, right? It was more to log on to solution manager, kind of. They were using it to manage their training, something like that. And people were using it more from a web portal, and they didn't want it to expire because they still want them to have the access to go directly in. Okay. But most of the people were using from a web portal. So if it then expires, it was kind of a nuisance. So they were using the service. And we were trying to assess whether this was the right practice or not. I mean, at the end of the day, we allowed them to continue because we were not their auditors. But I just want to know what is the standard practice.
Yeah, so if they're logging into the portal manually, then your service is fine. Both service and dialog is fine, but it depends on what is the implication, especially from licensing perspective. I think mostly clients will look for licensing. So if SAP looks for license violation if you're using service IDs. So service IDs can have multiple sessions, right? So they will calculate the licensing based on multiple sessions. So
they had an enterprise licensing system, like not per person, kind of, or per user.
Then I think it should be fine. So if there is no license implication, they can use service IDs. But service IDs, again, those service IDs can be used by some other user to have simultaneous login. So you can even use dialog and change the password policy. So whichever suits best for the client. So they have to check for what is the license mechanism and technically whether a third person can log in with the same ID and password. So in order to avoid like multiple people using the same ID in the backend.
Question, if they have single sign-on, can that mitigate that topic you just raised, like multiple people
yes.
using this? Okay.
Yes. So if you have single sign-on in any different, whether it's a Windows-based authentication or different Kerberos or SML, whatever kind of authentication you use, there is no manual password, right? So that becomes more secure. Okay, so we have another one, which is the reference type. You'll see reference is used very rarely, and I think this was an older concept, and now, especially for S4 system, this will not be even applicable. Why? Because see, if you use a dialog type of user, earlier there used to be a limited number of profiles which can be assigned. So profiles was an older concept, and then SAP came up with role concept, where you have role being developed, and the profile management is automated. But still, there was a maximum limit of profiles which can be assigned. So if we assign one single role, so right now there is no role assigned. Let me just assign some sample role. So I'm just assigning any sample role. So when we assign a sample role, automatically a corresponding profile gets assigned for that role. It is a generated profile, or generated role. So profile management is done automatically now, even for the latest ECC and S4. And role management is what we do in PFCG and other transactions that we'll see. So there used to be a maximum limit of, I think it's 312 or a certain number of profiles which can be assigned in previous version of SAP, like in some of the ECC versions. So if a dialog user, if you have a dialog user who logs into the system and have already exceeded the maximum number of profiles, which used to be like 312 or so, it's quite huge still. The role design is in such a way that there are a lot of roles in the system and it exceeds 312. And after exceeding that number, how can you assign more roles? Right? It cannot be assigned. So in that case, there used to be this concept of reference user. This is very rarely used. So in reference user, what we can do is we can create another user ID, which will be of type reference. Okay, and logon is not possible in that reference type. So all the additional authorization can be given to the reference IDs. So whenever your end user exceeds 312 number of profile, then we can have a concept of reference user. So there will be another user ID, same user ID with same user with more number of roles and more profiles, and which will be used as a reference. So if we use reference ID type, we can add more roles to it, more than 312, and that will be referenced by the user in the alias tab. So the actual user will be of type dialog, and the reference ID will be mentioned in the alias to check for the reference user type. So this is rarely used now because in S4, now this limit is not there. So there's no limit of 312. You can even assign 1,000 roles in S4. So S4 doesn't have any limit of role or profile assignment. ECC in different versions, there used to be a report limit. I think the latest version of ECC, even that limit is not there. So I've hardly seen anybody using reference user. Maybe like 10 years back people used to use. Now it's not even required, but still the type is there. Where the logon is not possible, it is only for referencing the more number of profiles and roles. So these are the 5 different type of user IDs that we have. So in most of the landscape, you will see either it will be dialog, service for few, and ideally system. We can still use communication, but in a lot of audit, they will recommend not to use like communication and eliminate communication and change it over to system type.
Okay, it's interesting to actually learn of the one-to-one association for reference user, because I've only experienced where we used the reference users many years ago, 10 or so, to kind of bundle business roles. So we had one for maybe accounting clerk, 1, accounting clerk 2, so that we didn't have to individually assign those set of roles. All the accounting clerks would have exactly the same roles. And then we would just assign that reference user as a standardized profile for different job functions, something like that.
Okay. So now with the new versions of SAP, we don't have this limit of profile assignment at all. So you can achieve that by different role design, right? Whether it's a composite kind of role design or maybe a master derived kind of role design. Okay, so the next tab is like SNC. This is also a rare tab because if you have single sign-on configured, then only this tab will come into play. So SNC stands for the Secure Network Communication. Okay, so here we do not have much things to be configured. It's only the canonical name. So what is the canonical name? So if the secure network communication is enabled, suppose from Active Directory to SAP, so there will be a URL or what we call is the canonical name, which needs to be provided here. So it identifies the actual AD from which the user is doing a user sync. So say when you try to log into SAP, we don't even need to key in the user ID and password. We just need to double click the system. So how it works at the high level is right now when I double click the system, it pops me the user ID and password screen. But if single sign-on is enabled and canonical name is defined in the SNC tab of my user ID, it will check for which ID I have used to log into the network or Windows. So ideally, it will be the same user ID. The authentication will come from Windows 80, and it will automatically populate, and I will not even see the screen. It will directly take me to the SAP screen. So the way single sign-on is configured, there can be multiple different ways. But the canonical name referenced here, so we'll refer to the AD from where it syncs. And so it will be a string, it will be a text which identifies the AD. So that's the significance of the SNC tab. The next tab is defaults.
Quick question on this tab.
Yeah.
We had a situation where we had the company had enabled single sign-on. But while integrating the IDM solution, they wanted to get kind of like a notification or alert if people allow themselves. So I think they normally deactivate the password or something like that once they enable single sign-on. Yeah. And they wanted to have like an alert if the administrator changed that, maybe for their own account, to log on in the GUI. They didn't want that. So can you just show me like which tabs will be involved and where this kind of setting would be?
Yeah, so I have seen that in few of the clients. So individual user specific, obviously we can disable here, but for integration scenario, it is done at a RFC level. So not at an end user level. So say if you have 1,000 users in your landscape, it is a little difficult to manage every user, even in a mass way, to deactivate the password. And say if somebody is creating a ID, they can always activate the password. So it's done at a RFC level. So all these connections from SAP to another system will have a RFC-based connections. So in the RFC itself, we can define what kind of authentication will take place, whether it's SML-based, SAML-based, or Cabros-based, or Windows authentication. So that's where you can also disable the password-based login. And even here, there will be another option to whether you want to allow or not allow. So by default, it will not allow to have a GUI login. So if the user is already mapped with the canonical name and this is not allowed, so user will not be able to log in with the ID and password. If you want to allow it, you have to check this. Okay. And the manual login happens, and so normally if it is checked, still if you double click, it will log you in. Okay, but if you want to manually log in, you have to right click and then go to login. So if single sign-on is on, if you double click, it will directly take me to the SAP screen. If I disable the, if I allow the password logon here, then I can do a right click in the screen, even if single sign-on is there, and I can get this screen. So this is one part of setting, but there are multiple parts in the RFC level, also in the SNC side, both needs to be done. And if it is AD-based authentication, maybe there are settings in the AD side, activity side, that I won't be aware, but in SAP at least two, like one in the SNC side, if you're using SNC canonical name, and RFC communications. And it can be even set in a default mode. As most of the organization, it will be like no password should be used. So by default, you will have the RFC communication without password. So there won't be any mechanism by default to use password.
Okay. This canonical name, the association of it from AD to the SAP account is not unique, right? I think you can, is it? I'm imagining that you can have one AD to two SAP accounts. Is that possible?
One AD, yeah, I mean, you can have multiple SAP accounts, but the SNC name will be one because that identifies the AD repository.
Okay. What the scenario I have in mind is there are some users, the way they manage their admin users, they have their normal user profile as a normal user, then the admin profile in SAP then has those special roles, but everything points to the same AD. So in the SAP, the admin guys or the basis guys will actually have two profiles, something like that.
If they are using single sign-on, then and it is AD-based sync, then it have to be two IDs because each ID will correspond to. When I say two IDs, the user ID name, like this name, it have to be same. Yeah. Okay. Maybe the user can have two different IDs, one for administration purpose, another for regular purpose. Possible.
Okay, understood.
So the next tab that we have is default, very common tab, where you can set all those options like the date, time, and the decimal notification. What is the language that you use, the default language? So there are different language packs. Like if you're using German or Dutch, you can use, so EN and DE are the two language packs, but there are many other language packs like Japanese or any other language pack. So by default, it is EN. And we can choose that in our login screen initially. Decimal notification and the date time format, any default printer that you want to set, your time zone, those details are there. So there's another transaction through which we can change this. And this tab can be updated or changed by the user itself. Okay, you do not need to have SU01. So either the security consultant can change it for the end user by going into SU01 and this tab. And if the user have already logged on, so I will log in with the end user that we have created. So user can also change themselves if they have the transaction code. Okay, the transaction code won't be there because there's no role assigned. So the transaction is SU3. So this is my ID, and I'll say I'm not an admin, I'm a normal end user, and I want to change my own default details. So I get into SU3. And this will have only few tabs which I can change on my own from SU01. So these are the three tabs. One of them is default. So I can change my own default details by, say, I need this decimal notification, the comma ones, Australian format. And suppose I want to change my own details.
I once had a debate with my boss, actually in an interview about this tab. And would you consider that it's a kind of like a failing from SAP that the user can change their last name and first name? Because this should be, in a normal enterprise setting, it should be in sync with the HR source, right? And can create kind of like misleading audit trail. What do you think about that? Because he challenged me about that, what I thought if there was an issue with that, which I said, well, this is how it comes from SAP. But I've had time to think about that. And really, when I've seen scenarios where the source of the user identification and name, even when you're married, you want to change your name, you have to go through the HR source application. Why then is the user able to change it directly in SAP?
So it again depends on this scenario. So there can be clients where you do not have an integration between HR system and SAP system. So not all onboarding data is done through HR. If there's a tight integration between, suppose, SuccessFactors and SAP or SAP HCM and SAP, and you do all the onboarding in the HR, which is the upstream system, and every details is pushed on the downstream system like SAP and say analytical system like BI or some other system, then it is okay. So what I mean to say, if there's a tight integration between HR and other systems, then HR becomes my single source of truth. So all the user master changes should be in the HR system, not in SAP system.
Yeah, but there's no way to prevent the user from overriding that. It's only maybe when we get a refresh, right? Maybe once a day or something, then it will overwrite it.
So yeah, we can avoid that by not providing the transaction itself. So if you think for your own client, SU3 transaction itself is a risk, I do not want the users to do user master changes of SAP, their own SAP ID. So you can avoid putting SU0, SU3 in any of the roles for the user. So,
okay, but the situation was that we need them to be able to update their default as well. So it's only this address tab we wanted to block, right? Is there a way? But yeah.
Yeah, so then it can be, then it becomes a customization. So SAP have provided, this is a standard T code. So you can customize the T code to have a wrapper T code such as say ZSU3, and then modify it to not have, through a developer, you can modify it to not have, remove the address tab, just have the defaults, and let's say parameter, or maybe just only the defaults.
Yeah, even the parameter we wanted. Okay, so that's, I didn't think of that, but that's a good solution. Thank you, that helps.
So SU3 is, and then the SU01 that you're doing. Yeah, so when the default tabs, next is the parameters. So parameters such as parameters are like mostly created by the functional teams, and they're provided, and this is where we can assign, or even like users can assign their parameters to SU3. So the kind of task that parameters do is like defaulting your screen to a certain value, such as, so there's a salesperson who is creating sales order. So whenever they punch in the sales order transaction, or maybe creating a purchase request, or PR related transaction, if the screen has few fields, say a field refers to a particular company code, and the user belongs to a certain company code. So I want by default, whenever you execute a transaction such as, let's say, a sales transaction, A01 create sales order, a classical SD transaction, and I want certain values to be defaulted by default. So as an end user, I might not be exactly aware of my company code, or which all company code am I authorized to process. So when I key in the transaction, it should give the screen with the defaulted company code information. So that kind of details you can put in the parameters. So the functional consultants, they will create parameters and assign, provide security team to assign to different users, so that this kind of functionality can be achieved. That's just one example. There are many different scenarios which can be achieved by parameters. So from security perspective, we do not create or do anything with parameters. It's just the assignment. So this is one of the example where a transaction like FK03 for displaying vendor. So when the display vendor is executed, by default, it is defaulted to 1000 company code value. So that means when this end user executes FK03, the default vendor display will be for company code 1000. So the user might be able to change it based on the user's roles and authorization, but the screen, within the screen, the value which will be populated is 1000. So that kind of personalization or user, although we have a separate tab called personalization, but we can default values through parameters. So this is sales, create sales document, and I want a specific sales group or a specific sales office to always be populated for my, whenever I type in create sales document, because I belong to a particular sales group or sales office. So that reduces the effort of every time punching in. This is just one scenario. The next tab that we have is for roles. So the transaction that the user gets access to is obviously through roles. A newer version of SAPs and very old version of SAP, it was through profiles. So now, as we know, we have role management through PFCG. So roles are assigned in the role tab with a start and end date. So this is where we can assign the roles. We'll see the role details in the role management. So for every generated role that we assign, automatically there will be profiles, generated profiles which are getting assigned. But we can also do a little bit of profile management by manually assigning certain profiles. They're very common profiles that we all know of, like SAP All and SAP New, which should not be assigned to users because it has access to all the profiles in SAP. But we can do manual management of profiles by assigning or removing from this screen as well. So this is roles and profiles tab. Simple. And then again, we have the personalization. So similar to parameters, although parameters are used for defaulting values, and few other kind of usage are also there. Like I've seen in, especially in procure to pay kind of business process, there are a lot of parameters which are used to channelize the way the business process is done by end user. Personalization is where is a little different, where you are say you're generating a report and I want to display the report for only say 50 entries, okay, which you can choose in the initial screen, but you want to personalize the setting through some personalization parameter. So that can be achieved if personalization parameters are created. There are a few listed here. So by default, it won't be there. This is a demo system. Maybe somebody have used to just copy the user IDs. So there are many personalization entries which are already assigned. And then we have the license data. So licenses, again, it's very client specific, right? So there are various kinds of contract with SAP, and it depends on companies to companies how the licensing is agreed, whether it's user-based license or a blanket license for the complete organization. The license which is transaction-based also, right? Based on how many number of transactions that you have executed. say per quarter or half yearly likewise. So every agreement is unique, how SAP deals with their customer in various regions, various countries. But this is where we can assign the user type and the license type. And there are different transactions to again maintain and manage licenses, but this is where we do assignment.
Okay.
So,
question, please. We skipped the groups tab, and I'm particularly interested because I know that it's linked also to the group field in logon tab. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. So, right. Yeah, so there are two types of groups. So this group, so you can create groups with the transaction SUGR. SUGR is the transaction groups. So when you create groups, this is the tab. The group tab is for grouping the users. Okay, that means we can assign multiple groups such as, say, if this user belongs to procurement, the user also belongs to HR and a few other groups. You can use multiple groups here. So this is just, the group tab is only for grouping or segregation, whereas there is another tab which is user group, but this is for authorization check. So we can only apply one user group here. We cannot apply multiple user group. Now the difference between these two is the group tab is for segregating or grouping, whereas this user group, when we assign the same user group here, the user group can be used to incorporate authorization checks in roles. Okay, so when we are building role, there are various auth object that we'll see later on, part of PFCG and role development. So there are authorization objects such as S_group. So there is a technical auth object. So when you're developing a role, you can incorporate the authorization check based on a user group. So I can specify one kind of scenario, such as, let's take the example of security team itself. So within security team, suppose you have two security leads. There are 5 new security resources. So there are multiple security team members in a team. Now I want to segregate the usage of various transactions within the security team also. Okay, such as suppose the junior or associate security consultants should not be able to use certain security transactions. Okay. I'm trying to limit them with certain security transactions. So suppose I do not want the junior security consultants to do password reset for specifically for any user who belongs to, who are the board members or any CEO, CFO, basically all the CXOs. Okay, this is a kind of scenario. Okay, because I've seen exactly similar kind of scenario in some client where only the leads can do a password reset for all the users, whereas there were many junior consultants, close to like more than 50 junior consultants working across the globe who are not that much versed in security. And there was a risk providing password reset access for the like board members and people who are in the top of the hierarchy. So how can we achieve that? So if I give access to both of them, SU01, which is part of SAP security roles, both of this team member will get access to SU01 and they can do password reset for everybody. So how that can be restricted? So this can be done by a user group. So the solution which was used is for all the CXO member, they will have a particular user group, say CXO user group. So all these CXO users, CEOs, CFOs, and COs, they will be put under a user group. So in their user ID, in user group, CXO user group will be their user group. And while creating the security roles for the leads and associate security consultant, there will be restriction applied for this user group. So the security leads will be allowed to do changes to this user group, whereas the associate will not be allowed. So there will be two sets of rules. And how do I identify who belongs to associate and leads? So for associate, I'll create a separate user group. So associate, SOC, so we can create user group, and while developing the role, so we can create user groups in SSGR. So group creation is same, only the way it is used is different. So I can create user groups here and associate with different users. So either I can associate here or just assign it to the users. So when I search for user group, there are user group listed here. Search for the user group, and you also get the user group here. But the way it is used is different. So this is just for grouping. If we apply it here, it will not apply any authorization restriction. Okay. And if we apply here, it can be used for authorization restriction, such as the same group can be picked up in the roles S_group authorization object, and that's where we can use it. So you can segregate various usages. So that's the major difference.
So of these three groups that we've put here on in the notepad, if let's say you are the lead security, I'm the associate, and we have the CEO, all these groups, let's say we then create them, we must assign it in the logon tab to each user for it to work. Or could we maybe, for you and I, assign it in the groups tab, but only the CEO needs to have it in the logon tab for the authorization check to work?
No, so for authorization check to work, each user will have one user group here, but it will simply not work just because I have assigned the group. There have to be the logic in the roles, in the SAP roles. So the SAP roles will have logic, the logic being the groups, S user group, which will be tagged to this user group. Okay, so
I get that. Mm-hmm. I think I remember that when you create the role, you can define the authorization object, and then using that authorization object type S_group or something, you will say this role, maybe we have to create two roles. The first role will allow all SU01. Then the second row, maybe you say all except this CXO user group, right?
So
then if So if I then assign that role to you, the one that has all, everything will be fine and the role. But here, these other two user groups that you said, lead, security, and associate, do I need to where do I use it, or do I need to assign it in the logon tab for myself and you, or I can just put it in the groups, just maybe for reporting and segregating the type of the consultants that we have? That's nice.
So for reporting, we can use the groups. Okay, so for reporting, this is better, because if you want to use multiple groups, this is where we can assign multiple groups. Maybe there is another group like security team. So everybody, all the security team members will be under this group. So say tomorrow you want to execute a report like how many security team members are there and then the various tasks for them. I can have a group for all the security members like security team. So that's only for reporting and grouping purpose, but not for authorization check. So anything that you want to apply authorization check through role should be assigned here, and which is one-on-one. It's not multiple groups. And the same group, user group ID or the user group name should be incorporated in the role that you're trying to use. So the lead security user group, okay, to be more precise, in S_group, okay, the value for a security role will be lead security. So say I'm creating a security admin role. Okay, security. So for the lead security admin, who are the lead security admin? The one who are tagged with S user group as lead, SEC being the user group. So within the role also there are configurations or values which needs to be mapped for it to work. It's just not like creating, because creating user group and putting it here is just the assignment, but for the logic to work, there should be underlying role and the proper group name associated with the auth object. Yeah, is it clear now? So what I meant to say is, what I meant to say is just assigning it will not work. The difference is this group is only for say reporting or grouping. You can also do reporting from here, but only based on one user group. But primarily it is for implementing authorization check. So any group which is listed here, it can be used in the rules for authorization check, but the groups listed here cannot be used for authorization check. Okay, the groups can be of same name, but it can only be used for authorization check if it is assigned here. Okay, so that's what is the difference. So you can see, maybe you can have a hands-on on this difference by creating 2 different roles, or maybe 3 different roles. Create 3 different users and try to figure out, like, for one set of users, they can do a particular task. For another user, they cannot do a particular task. So for that, we need to develop the rules as well. So let's see this. Yeah, so that's all we have in the personalization group and licenses. Okay, so like in the beginning of this session, I said like there is another. There are a few special tabs which might be there if there are connections between SAP Web Stack and database like SAP HANA DB. So, and you need to do certain configuration to achieve that tab. Okay, what is the use of that? So if we see in the default SU01, you will not find the HANA DB tab, or the tab is like DBMS. So what is this tab for? So if you do the configuration, there are special configurations for that. So if you have done any integration between HANA DB and SAP for user management, then we can configure in such a way that SU01 pops up another tab called DBMS tab. So this DBMS tab, what is the significance? If you are creating a user in a web stack, you can also trigger the user to be created in corresponding HANA DB. So there have to be HANA DB system which is connected with SAP Web Stack, and user management configurations should be done. There are RFC communication which is established, and there are different documentation to be followed for this. And once it is there, if you create a user, the same user will be created in HANA DB, and all these changes that we do, like the end of the validity, from and to, email details, password, those will be assigned to the corresponding HANA DB. So it's basically eliminating management of user in both the system. We can also manage HANA DB user directly in HANA Studio. So that is the tool that we will use for HANA DB. So for managing users in HANA DB, we use the tool called HANA Studio. Okay, so HANA DB is as you know, it's a database from SAP, similar to, you can say, Oracle or SQL. So now SAP is promoting HANA DB, and even they wanted to like replace all the database that SAP is using with HANA DB. I think the year that they are targeting was 2025, but now I think their policy have again changed, and they're supporting, they'll continue to support all the other databases. Because when initially this HANA DB was released back in 2010 around, so SAP's agenda was to replace all the database with HANA DB. But you might be knowing, like, Oracle is the major database which is even supported for SAP, and it's very difficult to replace SAP. And there have been a lot of issues in HANA DB which is fixed, and still it's maturing, but they had a target of this 2025 officially to actually replace and stop the support of all the other databases that SAP uses, SAP Business Suite or ECC uses, and replace with HANA DB. But I don't think that's going to be the plan going forward, because they have accepted to continue to use other database. So by using this integration method, we can manage the users from ABAP stack to HANA DB.
Does the integration need to be triggered by someone, or how does this start coming? Because I ask because I've had a real life situation where my more recent project was still this IDM integration, and we kind of had to ask the IDM solution to read the user from the ABAP stack and the HANA DB stack and compare the last logon date before determining them as dormant.
Yeah, so this will be a custom requirement actually, although this is not part of, if you see the curriculum, it will not have the integration point, but I can provide you some documentation because I've worked in one of the scenarios where they have enabled this functionality, and I have prepared my own custom documentation. I'll share that separately. It's not part of ZaranTech's document. But if you see the security architect, they only talk about like this is the tab and that's where you can do it. But how it needs to be enabled, that's again a different integration concept.
Okay, so thanks for that. For the scope of the exam, I only need to know what I can do with the tab, right? Or
yes, yes.
Okay.
So you can create user, you can set the details, and you can also assign HANA DB roles. So if you see in HANA DB, every user that you create, when we see in HANA DB, every user that we create, by default, there will be one role which will get assigned, and it's known as public. So public is a role which gets assigned. Whenever you create a role in HANA DB, by default, a role called public will be created. So the same thing will happen here also, but instead of getting into HANA Studio, we can create it through SU01 if the integration is there. So that is so different other abilities of user management and change documents. So change documents for every user that we create, this user that we have created, or even the previous user. So you will have all the changes recorded in the change document area, which can be accessed either through SU01 or it can also be accessed through SU01 itself. We need to go to information and change docs. So what change docs basically has is it will have all the changes to the user. So when the user was created, how many roles was assigned or deleted. So all the history of the user. So if you are doing an audit or if you're trying to extract information about the user, this is one of the areas where you get all the user related changes. Still running. So yeah, so what are the information it logs? So it will log all the role related details, password change, when the user was logged, unlocked, whether it was the admin log or logged due to incorrect logon, like if you're trying to log in more than three times. So the default password policy is the account gets locked for any dialog user ID. Yeah, how the user was created, whether it's SU01 or say SU10. So we'll say SU10 also, which is for mass user creation. Okay, so those kind of data are logged, and where it is logged, obviously all the data in SAP is recorded or logged in tables, and the report that you see is obviously coming from the table. So, okay, this is still running. Yeah, but the underlying table, so if you see the underlying table, these are the tables. So these are the tables which has history of the user information, the user data, the role data, when it was assigned. So all this information are there in the table and it is readily available. We can access it through two transactions. One of the transactions is SU01 that we're using, and another is SIM or SUIM, SAP User Information Management. So we'll see this transaction in detail. It is used both by security, technical and functional users also. It's a completely reporting related transaction. So either you can see here or right now we are checking from SU01 itself. So that's quite slow.
While we are waiting, a quick question. Is there still an audit requirement not to grant SU10 to users in mass? I remember one of my earlier jobs, we were blocked from that, and we're having to go through SWIM to manage a handful of users.
It was a requirement not to use SU10?
If from audits, like mass access to users was blocked, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, you can do, we'll see, we can manage, we can create or manage users through SU10 when you want to do mass user. But yeah, I can imagine it can be a requirement if the internal or external audit, maybe mostly internal audit, they do not want, say, security team or the administration team to manage mass user, because there can be issues while maintaining mass user, like some small mistake and it will be replicated to all users, or suppose there is a need to have single ticket for every master data change that you do. But technically there is no issue. If you're, for a transaction, if you're confident enough to how to use the transaction, then it can be very easy, because I mean, how confident the user is to use it. But from a process perspective, whether the company or the environment supports it. Okay, because say through SU01, I can delete probably all the user in systems in just a couple of seconds. So that can be a risk if it is used by a junior consultant. So someone who is not that confident of the transaction, and it's a mass transaction, so you can always imagine it can do mass damage as well. Right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so we are in the SWIM change document. So here you can search for or check for any of the users change document, or basically the change history. So I can check for all the user related informations, like when the user was created, if it was deleted, when it was deleted, any security policy update, log, all the details related to user. validity change, if the user is logged, who have logged it, and all the details. And you can set a date from when you want to check. Like I want to check for last 1 week, or maybe last 1 month, or maybe last 1 year. If you want to check by a particular user, like I want to restrict to a user who would have done the changes, or maybe all the users who have done changes to this user. So these are the various selection criteria. If I want to search for, let's say, the roles or profiles which were assigned or unassigned. So this is where I set those details. So I have checked all, and suppose for a month.
Quick question before you. I was wondering if in your SAP screen you could activate to show the transaction code at the bottom right. I just wanted to know what transaction code this takes us to. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So right now we are going through SU01, but you can go through other like SSwim also. So you can go through SSwim as well. So if I am in SUIM, okay, this is the section for change documents and users. It will give the same screen. So if you see this screen, the transaction is different here. So this is the actual transaction for the screen. But because we are going through SU01, that's why it's popping SU01. Okay, but both are same.
Okay.
So I can execute here as well. So let's interpret the information what is here. So it is giving me the changes to this user ID for last 1 year with the date stamp, who have changed it, what were the changes, the old value and the new value, and through which transaction code it was changed. So you'll get all the information related to this users through this report. It's a report-based transaction. We cannot change anything. If you directly want to jump into the transaction, this would be the transaction. But the master transaction is obviously SUIM. This is the master transaction. We will see this transaction in detail because this has a lot of other information, and whether it's security consultant or even functional consultant also use this transaction. Very important and quite handy to do a lot of analysis, user and role analysis. So change documents, this is how we access change documents. And the data that we have seen, it's recorded in the underlying tables. So these are the table, USH tables. So various tables will record the data. And if you want to have a backup of this data, okay, obviously we'll archive this table. So archiving is again a basis or ALM job where they archive, but these are the specific tables which you might need to archive if you want to check for old audit trail data or user related changes, role related changes. So online data, it will record the existing based on how much is your hard drive space and what is the default configuration, but that can always be backed up. Let me know if you have any questions so far. So I think instead of today, we can start with the role part tomorrow. So this concepts, I think most of this you are already aware, right? But few details were kind of maybe refreshing or going in more details with respect to architecture.
So are you saying we've covered the planned content for today and you're wondering if we should start tomorrow's content?
Yeah, for the role, because it's a separate, PFCG and role concept is a larger topic. I want to do that in a complete full session.
Okay, up to you. Yeah, it's fine.
Fine. So we will discuss few of the questions which is specific to the certification in every session, and which will be beneficial. What I'll do is I'll post. So there are like 2 to 3 questions in each session. Fine, then we will wind up for today. So today's session is related to mostly role management, ABAP side of role management. So we'll look into detail how a role is managed, starting from creation and doing updates to the role and various kinds of role that we have in ABAP stack.
Just a quick remark, the audio is a bit dodgy this morning. Just check there's like an echo.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary role of a SAP System Security Architect? Option A, designing user interfaces. Option B, developing software applications. Option C, ensuring the security of SAP systems. Option D, managing network infrastructure. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to amp up your skills in SAP System Security? Our SAP System Security Architect training course is here to guide you. You can learn at your own pace right here on our platform. In this course, we'll dive deep into SAP System Security. Think of it as your toolkit for safeguarding sensitive data and ensuring smooth operations. Our course covers everything you need, from the basics to some cool advanced techniques. It's crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are top-notch pros with years of experience. They're here to guide you through and answer any questions you might have. And guess what? Our students love this course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly beneficial. Best part? It's budget-friendly. This amazing opportunity to learn won't break the bank. Ready to master SAP System Security? Enroll on our page today. For more details, head over to ZaranTech's website.
Is it better now?
Yes, it's better, much better.
Let's start with this session. So you might be knowing about like how role management is done, the primary transaction with PFCG, but we'll see in detail the various management feature within PFCG and the overall creation of role and various kinds of role that we have in the ABAP stack. So there are different maintenance view within the PFCG screen. Once we get into the PFCG transaction, so server. So there are multiple different views that we can use to see the PFCG authorizations screen. So this is our transaction PFCG. So now once we are in this transaction, so it's like a master transaction similar to SU01 for user management. PFCG is for the role management, although the full form of PFCG is like a profile generator. So we can also manage a bit of profiles, but after SAP have introduced roles, it's for role management and profile is managed automatically. So there are different views within the PFCG screen. So once we get into a transaction, we can change the ALV styling of views, which we can see in this menu. So the way you display the screen, you can switch on to different views based on our ease. So how a role is created. Now there are various kinds of roles that we'll discuss. So within a role, we can incorporate transactions, but it's not just only transaction. We can also incorporate different links and reports along with transaction. So when you create a role, it can either be a job-based role or it can be a function-based role. So based on how you do overall role design for a client or for a company. The overall role maintenance process. So once we get into our roles, I'll take an example of a sample role that we are going to create. So the role that I'm creating starts with Z. So SAP recommends to use the customer namespace. So customer namespace, there are 3 letters starting with Z, X, and Y, which is left out for customers. All other characters, whether it is starting with S for SAP or even A, B, C, those are mostly used by SAP. So SAP recommends to use either Z, Y, or X as a best practice to name your role. But it's not a hard and fast rule to use that. But ideally, it's a best practice to use. So Z, Y, or X. So normally you will see in the role design, single roles are denominated by Z, starting with Z. Then we have composite, where usually master is X and composite Y. But it depends. Some of the companies can change the order. They might use Z for master or any other combination. But normally this is how in a role design, the naming convention is done. So roles starting with Z, denoting single roles, Y for composite, X for master. We'll get into the details of what are these different kinds of roles. So I'll take a sample role, starting with Z, which is single role, and let's say I'm creating a role for a business function, such as procure to pay, and this is for, say, European region. And for a procure to pay clerk, a salesperson, so I'll just denote a number. So Z, P2P, EU region. So we have the single role naming convention, and then the function, business function, country, and probably a department, or there can be some free text as well. So free text will refer to the specific need or a specific job or maybe a specific designation. So let's say clerk. So similarly, I can add other roles. So I'm going to create this role. So in order to create a single role, this is the option to create a single role. So either we can choose as a single or composite. We will get to the type of various type of roles. So most of the roles which are functional to be used are like single roles. So in order to create, I've just clicked onto the single role button. So to launch the PFCG next screen. So these are the various tabs that we'll get once we are in that screen. So we'll get into detail for all these tabs which are used within the ABAP PFCG screen. So slow. Yeah. So once we are in the screen, this is our short text and long text. So short text can be used to give a brief description. So which is not compulsory, it's optional. And I can have some more details, like when it was created, who have created it, and some more logs. So this is the description part. Next tab is for the menu. So when I'm clicking into menu, it's asking to save the role first, so that the role is saved, and then I can incorporate transaction links or roles. So let's save the role. So once we are into the menu screen, then we'll see the various kind of transactions that we can incorporate. This screen shows type of view that we can see in the settings within the menu, basic maintenance or simple maintenance. And then there are different steps, what we are going to do with the role, starting with the naming and describing various activities, menus. So that we are going to see in the second tab, which is menu. So suppose for the P2P manager, there are a few procurement related transactions that I want to incorporate, basically add in the role. Okay. So we can click into transaction here, and this is where we'll be providing the procurement related transaction. So these are a few common classical SAP transaction that I want to incorporate. So every transaction which is added should be there in the system. Once it is resolved, then we can assign it. So it resolves with the description of the transaction code. So I'm adding a couple of procurement related common transaction code. The display of PR and PO. So once I click assign, all these transactions will be added to the role menu. So I'm creating this role, and the role will have this 4 different transactions, which will be part of this role menu. Now, when this role, the procurement role, is assigned to the end user will see a role menu in SAP screen with all this transaction. So that will be like similar view of when we log into the SAP screen and we get a menu in the left-hand side. Let me show you the menu screen. So the same starting screen. So I'm opening up another screen. Also, so let's save this role. So now it has 4 different transactions, but in order to use this role, the role also needs to be generated. So just adding the transaction is not enough. We also need to generate the role so that it can be used. So once we, so what I meant to say is when you log in as an end user, having the procure to pay role, in your SAP Access menu, you will see the SAP menu on the left-hand side, and that is going to have the transaction, this transactions. So adding transaction in the PFCG menu tab will enable the users, once assigned with the end user role, like the EU manager role, to see all this transaction in their own role menu. Okay. Because there are different ways of, there's another way of assigning transaction to a role, but this is the standard way of assigning, where we assign in the menu transaction tab. So apart from transactions, we can also assign many other type of actions, such as it can be a report, there can be Fiori services, WebIntro links. So if I want to assign in a report, so I can assign reports to a role as well. So most of the time it's just the transaction, but we can assign many other things apart from transaction also. So it's still running. So these are the steps which shows like how our role is being created. Initially, the role name that we have defined. Then we'll start with the description of the role, providing the details in the short text and long text. Then further defining the activities. So what are the transactions that we are going to add? So the transaction will be added in the menu. There are a few transactions that we have added. So it can be a T-code, it can be web link. The next being designing user menus. So designing as in arranging the menus in order if I want to change the order of the transaction or add a folder for the transactions. So we can also like right click and click folders, group the transactions. Probably I can add PR transaction in one folder and purchase order transaction in another folder. So the role menu can be designed according to the user's requirement. Okay, still running the reports. Stop this. Since the server is slowly. Okay, so we can change the sequence of the transaction, drag and drop, and basically design how the role menu is going to look for the user once I assign the role that I'm creating for the end user or the business user. Next activity is to maintain authorization data, which is one of the most important activity of creating or managing role. So, see where we are at. So I'm trying to save the role and move to the next screen or the next tab. That's authorization. Out of the screen, distract again. So this role was already saved, so I should have the content. Still running. Meanwhile, this is how the authorization screen looks like. So when we move into the authorization tab, so there are two options to get into the authorization screen, either through change authorization data or through expert mode. So by default, if we are using, most of the time we use the change authorization data. If it's a fresh role, it's trying to use change authorization data. We'll also see the details in what are the modes within expert. So once you get into the change authorization data, the transactions that we have added to the role, it will pull and populate all the authorization objects which are associated with the transaction code. So each transaction code will have some standard authorization objects. Let's say for ME53N, the transaction that we have added, it will have a couple of objects, authorization objects. Now, that is based on how SAP have designed the authorization structure, and this all the authorization object for the standard typo will come from a repository or assignment repository which is already maintained in SU24 transaction. So we can see the mapping of all the objects with the transaction code. So this is another area of figuring out which are all the auth objects associated with a standard or even a custom transaction if it is maintained. So I am in this screen. Edit mode, authorization tab. So I'm clicking in the change authorization mode to get into the authorization screen. So when we get into authorization screen, the profile names are automatically created. So either it can be automatically created or we can also choose a name, but it's ideal not to choose a auth name. So let me go back to the screen and show what do I mean by choosing a name for profile. So profile management in SAP after role concept was introduced is automated. So every time we create a role, each role will have a particular profile created corresponding to that role. Now the naming of the profile is unique and SAP manages it automatically. So there's an option to maintain the profile name based on our requirement manually, but it's ideal not to maintain it manually, rather have the automated naming. Because if you're naming it manually, there can be scenarios where there are name conflicts. But if it is automated, so SAP will generate a unique profile number, and each profile will be unique in the system, so there will be no conflict in the name. So now once it is generated, if it is generated, you can see the profile number. System is
Okay, while we're waiting for it to generate, just wanted to bring your attention that I saw a tab in between the detail tab and the authorization tab, which was applications or something, description tab and authorization tab.
Yeah, so yes, so this is this system is an S/4HANA system, and we have a lot of other features which is installed. So by default in PFCG screen, you will not have the application tab. So if you open a general PFCG screen, it will not have a separate application tab. So the default tabs.
In HANA or in ECC? Because I'm more interested in the HANA view.
Yeah, in ECC itself. So if we open ECC, this is how it should look like. So it will have description, menu, authorization, user, and personalization.
But in HANA, I'd like to see the changes. Since everyone is more moving from ECC to HANA, I think we should also highlight the HANA.
Yes, so even for the HANA screen, so this is the S/4HANA system. So if you see the type of system, it is S/4HANA system at the core, not just the SID. So once we are in the screen, you can see the S/4HANA core, which is installed. So the system which has S/4HANA core instead of ECC core, that is the S/4HANA business suite. So although it's S/4HANA, even in S/4HANA, these are the standard screens. So application is not specific to S/4HANA, but it is probably due to some of the setting that we have a separate tab. It's a new tab, but even in S/4HANA default configuration, we will not have the application tab. So, just texting the support team to look into the server.
Look at what it's meant by an authorization concept, and maybe if I can see a sample of what that document looks like. I know it's something like the plan or the layout of how the role should be set up. That kind of is like agreed with the business, but to be honest, I haven't seen one, and I'd like to know what are the elements that make it up.
Sure. So yeah, we'll get into the detail of the technical details of how authorization structure in SAP S, and also from the business perspective, when the authorization structure is defined, what a role design is done. So what are the pieces of information which needs to be together to build role design overall. So that becomes your authorization structure or the authorization framework. So SAP has a certain authorization framework or structure, and then when we design it for the client, we use the same concept but tailor according to the client's need. So we've seen user menus, and this is how actually the technical authorization screen will look like. So we'll get into detail like how it is structured, the overall hierarchy, and if you have not walked in this screen, many of the consultants, when they look into the screen for the very first time, it might be confusing and it's quite complex, but it takes a little bit time to get a hang of it. already worked on it. Even long back, it's easy to grasp.
And I remember like some of the BOK RS or something for company code. You can
So those are the technical name of say the various org levels. So Booker's BUKRS is for company.
Yeah, different. Yeah, and I know that sometimes when the role is not created well, you have to use SU53 to tell you the missing authorization object, and you go and check for it. I was also like on a project many years ago where for audit reasons, we needed to separate out all the critical transactions into single roles so that if there was an SOD conflict, it was easier to resolve the issue. So we did a whole restructuring then that I remember.
It's very, very slow. There are more people connecting, or not proper resource allocated. So let's continue with this slide. So yeah, once we are in this screen, this is how the screen will look like, and there are many areas of different pieces of information. So starting with the profile types, or the way the profile is structured. So we can add the objects manually also. So there will be few objects which will be added by standard. So this is the status of that object. So I have added transactions like ME53, ME23 in the N corresponding N transaction, 3-4 transaction. So for all those transactions, the relevant auth objects will be added to the role, and the profile for those auth objects will be standard. Standard will be the status. Now there's option to add an object manually as well. So in order to add an object manually, there's a button to add manually. Let's see the screen. Okay. So previous to that, what I was explaining about is related to profile. So we can give a profile name. Manually, we can provide a profile name. We can provide a profile name and the description of the profile. So it's manually created. In order to create, we just need to click on this one with the proposed profile name. So it is only done in certain scenarios, certain complex scenario where you need the profiles to be of a particular naming way of naming. But normally, to keep the role design simple, we should not provide a manual profile name. Rather, SAP should give the auto-generated profile names. So when we get into the change authorization and save and generate, automatically a profile will be created, or even we can click into this beforehand, which is not a mandatory step. So normally it's done automatically. We go into the change authorization data, maintain all the authorization objects properly, and when you come out, the profile name will be auto-generated. But you can also click and SAP generates. So this is how the format is, and SAP will give a text as well. So this is the auto-generated one.
Okay, quick question. Can you kind of set like a series for the auto-generated one? Because I remember just that I saw this T-SA, I remember more P something something, the profile name starting with P. So can it be set maybe depending on the organization or whatever, or the sequence of the numbers, you know, or it just comes.
The profiles?
Yes.
For the profiles? Yeah, probably it might be, but I'm not sure of that because normally it's the auto-generated numbers which are used. So if you are changing the sequence or providing a pattern of sequence based on some requirement, so that becomes a customization. I'll check for it.
Okay.
It can be set. But I've not changed the pattern, but used manual profiles.
Okay, okay. Because I saw this T_SH, which looked strange. I'm used to seeing P something, I think coming directly from SAP. Or maybe what I remember seeing was more the personalized pattern. But yeah, anyway, I just want to know if you can personalize the pattern and where you can do that. If
Yeah, sure. Okay, so now we are in the authorization screen, and if you have a T code which also associates org levels, so it will pop up the org levels screen. So for now, I'm canceling this screen, but we can get into the org level here. When you click onto this, you will get the same org level screen. So these are basically the hierarchy of an organization is defined by all these org levels. So starting from the top level, like company code. So within a company code, the overall hierarchy or company structure from the functional perspective, it starts from a company code at a high level. And then there are various areas like purchase org, purchase group, business areas. So if those transactions are associated with any of this org level, you will get the relevant org levels. So because it's a procurement related transaction, so we're getting multiple org level. The values are maintained based on the functional requirement. The inputs will come from the functional team, which all values to be provided. So if we want a full authorization, for example, that will be like something like star. So you can provide specific values or a range of values. So for now, for a demo purpose, I'm just maintaining it. I'm maintaining a star or full authorization. Manually, we can also add objects. Now, if you see all the objects or the classes, now what are the parts? It starts with the class. So this is a class. AAAB is a class. The description of that is cross-application authorization object. So there are multiple classes. So based on the transaction that we add, you will have multiple authorization object getting added in the PFCG role. So now there are different classes. So each class will have the hierarchy is like the role name or the role, then the class, and within class there are objects. So if I expand one of the classes, AAAB is the technical name of the class. These are the objects. So these are the various objects that we have within the class. So the description of that object is in the left-hand side. So we are trying to interpret the overall screen, the various pieces of information. So a standard class with multiple objects. These are the objects. Business partner, authorization, group, T-code, check it, start transaction. So this is a very common, one of the most common auth object, S_T code. So I think you might be aware of this auth object, right? ST code.
yes, yes, yes.
It's like the most common T code. So any transaction code that you add in a role, so all the transactions will be associated with S_T code. So if we expand this, so you'll see the same transactions which are added in the menu. So why I specifically showed when you add in the menu and how does it look for the user, because there is another way of adding transaction instead of adding in the menu. So we can also add transaction directly in ST code. So if we add transactions directly in ST code, the role will have access to the transaction, but it will not show in the user's menu. So these are two different ways of adding the transaction. So right now, most of the objects and the classes are standard. So we can also add objects manually. So this is what is shown as manually. There is one of the object which is added manually by adding it from the manually button. There's a button called manually. So when you click this, you can add objects. So let's say I want to add another object that is ST code. So I already have one object, which is the standard one. So I'm adding a new one, which is going to be status manual. So you can see the difference for the second ST code. So one authorization inserted in left-hand side bottom corner. So once it is added, automatically it will be the part of the class that it belongs to. So it belongs to AAAB class. So you can see the status of the class getting changed to manual. So that means there is a manual component to this class. So if you expand, there is something manual in this object, that is ST code. So the object remains same, but there will be two profiles to that object. So one is standard, another is manual. So this is a new one that we have inserted. So the entry looks like this. Same object with different profiles. So these are the profile numbers. So first one is ending with 5300. This is the new one that we added. Now, if I want to add a transaction code, not in the menu, but in ST code, this is how it can be done. So let's say I want to add a transaction like SU53. So if I add it here, the transaction gets added, but it will not be part of the menu. So what I mean to say is, if you save, so these are the steps to save and generate. So save and generate, this is the generate button. So saving will save the changes, generate will generate the latest authorization profile so that it is usable. So once we generate and go back to our menu screen, you will not find the newly added transaction code. So although the transaction will not be part of menu, but if you assign the role to an end user, the user will have access to this transaction. So there can be certain scenarios where you want the transaction to be present in the role, but the user should not view those transactions in the menu and explore and do hit and try. So there can be the kind of scenario where user has access to the transaction, but it's not openly visible in their menu. That can be one scenario. Another scenario is usually, let's say for the technical team. So most of the technical or functional team, they are aware, very well aware of what transactions they are going to use. So it is not necessary for them to have a menu. Right? So if you're a functional or technical consultant, you're well aware of what transactions you are going to use to do administration task or configuration task. So we don't need to search menus, or normally we don't get into menus. It's only for like business user or end user who uses the menu. So instead of adding in the menu screen, this is another way of it. But it's always good to add it through menu, because when we add through menu, it pulls all the standard authorization object. So saved, back. If you go into menu, you will not find any SU53, although this role has SU53 technical.
I vaguely remember a use case where to create the role, we added to the menu, but we still wanted the SAP Easy Access menu to be clean so that people only get used to the standard, because the quality of the role creation was not always okay. Sometimes the menu was not. So we wanted them to clean out the role menu so that the people will only see the standard menu. I don't know if maybe if one adds to generate the profile, one can then go and delete that menu tab to keep it clean, or the user will still see those transactions in their menu, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, if you delete from menu, the transaction is gone, but it will also pull out the associated auth objects.
Ah, okay.
So it's
I don't remember how it was done.
So it's better to add. I think if you don't want to build the menu, it should have been that you have added in the ST code. So we can search for ST code or add manually. That's how you build a role without the menu. So we can press Control F to search for any object or any field. So let's see any other classes and objects to look into more detail. So this is object for material master data class, and there are a few objects. There are 4 different objects. Green ones denotes that all the fields are completely filled, and there are values filled in all the fields. So this is the field for activity, and this is the field for plant. Like you were mentioning, Bookers is for company code, WEKRS is the technical name for plants. So SAP have defined technical name for each and every org level and all the various technical parts of the org. Whether it's a plant, shipping point, or division, sales org. So they have a technical name to it.
Is there a way to activate to know what this like F4 means? Okay, yeah, sorry, you read my mind.
F4 is help. F4 is help. So by default, these are the values which are coming from the SU24 repository. So we can always modify that or tailor it according to our needs. So this is when the role design comes into play. So I'm creating a role for the manager, the procurement manager. Whether the manager will need authorization to do some creation or change, okay, for the plants. If yes, then this is how I'm going to update the activities. So you can update the activities. The moment you change the standard one, the status will get changed to changed, and the previous one, the standard one, will be deactivated or inactive. So we can activate or inactive by clicking into this button. So you can also keep it active or you can also deactivate it. So if we compare both of these authorization, this one overrides the standard one because the changed one has more authorization activity. So similarly, if I'm creating another role, let's say for clerk, and I do not want the clerk to modify any plant details. So for the role, which is meant for the clerk, probably I will not use any of the change related transaction and only provide display. And so when you're defining or creating the roles, so your blueprinting for the roles should have what are the authorization objects and specifically the activities, what kind of activities. So if I design a role wherein 03 and F4 is meant for clerk, so when this role is assigned to actual end user clerk and he or she tries to do some change function for plants, so they will get a missing authorization error. So missing authorization can be because there is no change authorization like 02 in the object. So this will be the object. So if you do a SU53 screen, so this will be the information which will pop up that 02 is missing in this object for clerk. But that can be intentional based on the design because I do not want clerks to do any change in plants. Okay, it's only meant for the managers. So
okay.
This is how we tweak and change contents of the role. Once you maintain all the values, it will turn green.
You showed me in activate and deactivate on in the old one. What's the difference? And yeah, like how does it? Yeah.
Yes. So when we are changing the standard profile, so this was the standard profile. This was the standard profile, 5301. So the moment you change the standard profile to a new value, how SAP interprets it, it will create a new profile. Okay, this becomes the new profile with the new values, and the old profile it will deactivate. You can also create multiple profiles. So say if I add another object, it will create another profile. So suppose for some requirement, I'm adding this object manually again. I'm trying to add this object manually again. So this will create a new profile, which will be blank initially. So I've added another profile. So now you'll see all these status. Earlier we have seen standard status. If standard is changed, so the next status is changed. If it is inactive or deactivated, the other status is like inactive. And then you have manual. So manual stands for that we have manually added a new profile, or we have manually added the object to get a new profile.
So do you mean that inactive is the same as deactivated? I thought when you clicked on that first icon before the delete icon, it went to a status where we have inactive. No. Can you close that? You know that red part where we have inactive? You change it to deactive.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you can activate and deactivate any of the profile based on the requirement. So it can be for an object or it can be for a complete class also. So let's say within the same class, I do not want any authorization check on plans. We want to skip all the authorization check in plans. So I can completely deactivate the object. So if you deactivate the object itself, there will be no authorization check for this object. So that means if I assign the manager role to an end user and the end user executes a transaction like ME53N, it will not check for mmate work. So there will be no checks for plant. So you are skipping the authorization. I'm deactivating the authorization on the role level. So you can deactivate profiles for the object, or you can deactivate the object itself based on the requirement.
Okay. But if you leave it as inactive, how will the system behave different from deactivating?
Yes. So,
yeah.
So if it is inactive, it will not even check for this object. So the way we use transaction is when you execute a transaction like M53N in the backend in SAP will check for all these objects. So all the objects which are associated with ME53N, P, Bupa, GRP, RLT, all these objects, and it will also check for the corresponding activities. So whether you are authorized to have that activity or not. But if we make it deactive, it will not check for that object at all. So you are bypassing the authorization. So obviously that's not recommended. It's ideal to have right set of authorization with right set of activity value. So if I deactivate this object and the manager role is assigned to the manager, and when the manager executes any of the transaction which is part of the role, it will not check for the underlying plant values. So even if the manager is from, let's say, the manager is from EU region, and EU region has certain plants. Okay, so you can default or you can provide authorization to specific plants. So plant is an org level. We can maintain the org level here. So there will be requirements or functional requirement coming from the functional team where they would have defined which are the plants for, say, Europe. And suppose there are 5 different plants from Europe, and one of the plant is 100. So it might not resolve because I'm not sure whether it's created. So creation of plant, creation of company code, or creation of any org level is the job of functional consultant. As a security consultant, we will maintain the relevant values in the code. Okay, so this is where, say, 100 or 1000 is a plant number meant for Europe. So if I, let's see, save this, not sure whether it will resolve. So ideally, it should be picked up from the system itself. So you can do a search and choose the right plant. So we can default the role. Okay, so we can default the role to a certain plant. Now, if I have mentioned a specific value as 1,000, that means when the user executes the transaction, the manager for Europe, the manager can only process or do the transaction, perform the transaction for plant number 1,000. So if there are other plants, let's say for US or Canada, which is having different plant numbers, the manager for Europe will not be authorized to use the transaction wherever there is a check for plants. Now are you getting the concept of the authorization check is done?
Yeah.
So I'm restricting the user, which is a European user, to the European plant 1,000. You can have a range of plant number as well. So let's see, it is from 1,000, multiple plants. So this has multiple profiles. Now this profile, because it has more activity values, it overrides all the other profiles. So you can either deactivate, or you can also delete this if you want to have a clean role design, easy to understand. We can delete it, or even if you keep it, there is no issues. There can be multiple profiles. It does not hamper the performance. So we
can you hover your mouse on the little icons? It goes really fast here. So the first one, okay, is that the deactivate? No. Yeah,
this
exactly.
One is the activate, deactivate.
Okay.
So you can active, right now it's inactive.
Okay.
So you can click here to activate. So you click activate, it shows up like the previous one.
Okay.
And in order to deactivate,
okay,
click onto this, it becomes inactive.
Okay.
We can also delete it. So there are multiple profiles to the same object. We can click delete to delete the object as well.
Okay, understood.
I've changed the default values with more activity details. It has create, change, display, delete, and help. And it's restricted to 1,000, 1,001, and 1,002. So this role, whenever the transactions are executed by the user having this role, and the transaction checks in the backend, it checks for M8 WRK, which is for plants, it will restrict the usage to 1,000, 1,001, and 1,002. So the manager for you cannot do processing for a different plant number, such as, let's say, 2,000. So I can have another role, 2,000, which is meant for Canada manager, P2P Canada manager.
Okay. Why are some green and some yellow? Can you save like this, or do you need to?
Yeah, so the difference between the numbers or the indicators is, so you can have red, green, or yellow. Green is where you have all the values filled. So if you do not have some values filled, so let's say if I remove the plan numbers, okay, and save it, it becomes red because the org level is not filled. So if I fill all the values, either with number or with full authorization, it becomes green. And yellow denotes there is some value which is missing. Yellow is like partially filled. So yellow has some activity, but you do not have another field which is filled. So if it is partially filled, if the object is partially filled, it's yellow. If it is fully filled, green. And if you do not have anything, then it becomes like red kind of, which is like totally red, provided there is there's an org level. So if you have an org level in the object and the org level is not maintained, then it becomes red.
And do you need to have everything green to save, or it's okay? No. The role will work with this yellow.
Yeah, so it will work with yellow or even with red, but it will only consider the green ones. So suppose if I remove all the values, then you see there are a lot of reds which will come out. Yeah, there are many reds. So the difference is, although the authorization is there, but there are many many authorization objects which do not have any value or which do not have org level values. So if you don't have org level values, what is the implication? It will not check for a specific org level, like a plant value or company code value. So now, if say the user executes, let's see the same data. Okay. So if the user executes a transaction like an ME transaction, and there is no value mentioned in the plant, so it will not check for any specific value. Although the activity is there, the user can do all this activity, but there is no plant which is mentioned. So that's why the user will get an error saying the user doesn't have access to a particular plant. So you need to exclusively maintain either the plant code or asterisk some key parameters like asterisk or quotes. So if I maintain something like star, so what does it mean? So if I maintain star, that means now the user can access 1,000, 1,001, 1,002, 2,000, any plant, any company throughout the organization. So asterisk is for all, right? So that's the meaning. So if any object has an org level and the org level is maintained along with activity values, then it becomes green. If it is partially maintained, then it is yellow. And if nothing is maintained, then it becomes red. So something like red ones is like this one. So we do not have the org level maintained. So if you maintain the org level, it becomes green. If there's no org level, it is red. So these are the indicators. But does it, whether the role will work? Yes, the role will work, but it will behave in different way based on the transactions that you're using and the associated codes. And it's better to have a design where you have all the value filled. So say I'm filling all the values with star, and in order to change the yellow to green, you can click here and it will pop up saying, do you want to apply full authorization? This means if I click here and press OK, it will fill star in all the fields within the hive. So if I click OK, everything will turn into green. And if I expand, wherever there was a blank, like this, there was a blank here. So everywhere it's star now.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So then this gives like maximum default authorization. So whatever value came as standard, and for the missing ones, I have provided star. So
okay.
Save. So you can expand the hive by this, and even do undo or collapse by clicking into this one, plus and minus, and similarly we can click here to expand, and also use this expand and collapse buttons. So save and generate. So this generates the profile again. So every time we do a change, we have to generate the role. So now this role is created and generated. I'll come back to the DFCG screen. Authorization is green now. So we can assign the role directly to a user here as well, or we can also assign in DFCG. So I'll just take a sample user to assign. So there's a user which is already there. So I can assign it here, do a user comparison. So user comparison refreshes the user buffer. So if this end user EMP001 is already logged into the system and already using the system, doing a user comparison will refresh the buffer of the user, and it will assign this role and make the authorization available to the user. So this kind of troubleshooting also in many of the authorization issues where you need to do user comparison. So one way of assigning is this, and another way of common assignment is we get into SU01 and to the user. And here in role, we will see that the role that we have assigned is already present. So we have assigned from PFCG, right? So it comes here. The other way of assigning is we can directly assign here also. So normally, let's say I've created a fresh user and there is no role. I've removed all the roles. There's no roles, there's no profiles. So I want to assign a role. So this is the role which is created. So copy the role and assign in SU01 roles tab.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which SAP component is responsible for managing user authentication? Option A, SAP HANA. Option B, SAP NetWeaver. Option C, SAP ERP. Option D, SAP S for HANA. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to amp up your skills in SAP System Security? Our SAP System Security Architect training course is here to guide you. You can learn at your own pace right here on our platform. In this course, we'll dive deep into SAP System Security. Think of it as your toolkit for safeguarding sensitive data and ensuring smooth operations. Our course covers everything you need, from the basics to some cool advanced techniques. It's crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are top-notch pros with years of experience. They're here to guide you through and answer any questions you might have. And guess what? Our students love this course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly beneficial. Best part? It's budget-friendly. This amazing opportunity to learn won't break the bank. Ready to master SAP System Security? Enroll on our page today. For more details, head over to ZaranTech's website.
Just enter. So it will resolve and assign from starting date from today's date till end of date. You can customize this if I want this role to be assigned for a month or for a year. You can have a different end date. The role that we have assigned will also have a corresponding profile, which is the profile for the role assigned automatically. So nothing to do here. And then we can save it. So now EMP001 user has access to the P2P view manager role with all the authorizations that we have added. For transaction and SU53 also is there, but it's not part of the user's role menu. So if the user logs in, the user EMP001 will see 4 transactions in the easy access menu left-hand screen.
So with the role menu, he will not see the standard easy access menu like the one you have here for best.
Because my access is based on the role that I have. So I'm using a transaction, like I'm using a user ID, which is BEST, and this has lot of roles and it has SAP org, everything. So the end user will not see this view. The end user will not see my view. The end user will only see the view of the roles which are assigned, the role menu that is assigned. So that's about the structure of the authorization within PFCG. Now all these values in PFCG, the default values, where is it coming from? It's coming from the SU24 repository. So we'll look into SU24 in detail later on when we see upgrades and other transactions associated with it. But that's the repository from where you're getting the standard values of the authorization module. So we have maintained the authorizations and then generated the profile. So every time you do a change, you have to generate the profile. So this is the generation that you see, and finally assigned to the user either through PFCG or SU01, and also do a user comparison. Okay. So we can do a user comparison in the PFCG. So we did a user comparison This is the user comparison. And even at the user level, so roles, there is also user master comparison. So you can compare the user master record here. So this is also a troubleshooting step. So many a time, even if the roles are assigned, it might not be properly assigned, or the user is still not getting the access. So we need to check whether the user master record is compared and everything is green in the PFCG, in the SU01. So this is one of the troubleshooting steps.
Quickly, sorry, before back to that screen, there's the last column there that maybe is indirect. I don't know. What does that indicate? To the far right. After the role description,
yeah.
yes. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is like how the role is assigned. So right now it's a direct assignment. So it shows the nature of assignment. So this is a single role, and you can see the icon for it. And later on, when we discuss composite and other kind of role, so you'll see the icon is different. So composite is a different kind of role that we are about to discuss. So there can be indirect assignment as well. So if you assign a single role to a user, it becomes a direct assignment. And roles can be assigned through composite role as well. So composite role acts like a container. Then it becomes an indirect assignment. And there are also other kinds of assignment which comes from HR. Those are also treated as an indirect assignment. So indirect means where you are not directly assigning this role, but it is coming from probably some other role. So there are two different types, direct and indirect. So I think there are some examples already. My user should be a lot of roles which are indirect. So any roles which are coming from, okay, so direct. Anyway, we'll see, we'll create a composite role also. And then when we assign, it will show us the indirect assignment. So assigning to users, this is assigning in the PFCG. So it's always good to assign it through SU01. But no harm assigning in PFCG also. But the usual process is to assign it through SU01 because it's one-on-one assignment. Okay? One user, you assign one role. Whereas if you want to assign from PFCG, you can do a mass assignment of the same role. I can assign the same role, one single role, to say 100 users. You can copy paste the user ID in the PFCG screen. So, PFCG. Display. So SU01 will assign one or multiple role to one single user. Whereas if I'm in the PFCG screen, I can provide a list of user IDs. And you paste the user IDs here and save it. It will assign the manager role to all the IDs, Okay, so these are two different ways of assignment. But it's ideal to assign through SU01. Comparing the user master record. So we've done that. So user master record, we compare in the PFCG and also in SU01. So fine. So let's start with the next module. So it's related to the same module of role management. So here you will get a couple of queries which are related to this session, like composite role and different status. So special ABAP role is the various other types of role apart from single role. So the one that we are going to discuss is the composite way of role and the image or the SPRO image screen where we have different roles for different activity. So composite role and SPRO related activities. So you can see the SPRO screen where all the configurations are done. So if we get into SPRO, which is for most of the functional config. And this gives all the various modules and the configuration which needs to be done, whether it's controlling, plant management. So for each of this hive, SAP have provided certain standard roles. So we can see those standard roles into PFCG, and most of the roles starts with SAP itself. So right now I have access to all the applications, all the access to SAP all. But if we want to assign specific roles, so we can assign a copied version of the standard role. So it's a best practice not to assign SAP standard role and not even generate the SAP standard role. So if I pick up any of the SAP standard role, just starting with SAP, so this will not be in a generated state. Generated state as in you will not have the authorizations in green, and there will be no profile name. And ideally it should be in that state. We should not generate the authorization for standard role. If I want to use the same role for my client or company, the best way to do is you can copy the existing role to a company's namespace. So you can remove the SAP starting. So all the alphabets starting from A, B, C, S as well for SAP, everything is reserved for SAP because they have standard rules with all the alphabets. And ideally they have left only 3 characters, X, Y, and Z. And suppose I want to create a single row out of this. So let's start with Z. And maybe for my company, if the company name is like ABC in short, so Z underscore ABC and then the role. So I'm copying the standard role to my customized role meant for the company ABC. And then once it is copied, we can generate and use it for the user. So this is how the best practice is to use any of the standard roles. So if you're using any standard role, it should not be directly assigned to the users. It should be copied to company's namespace, similar to this, generated and then used. So now I can get into this one and generate and use it like a normal role. So even without clicking this, if I get into change authorization, let's get all, save. Okay, so when you're saving, and here this is where the profile name it will ask for. So just save with the auto-generated one. So now we have created 2 different roles. One is the manager one, and another from a standard role. So I'm not aware what are the transactions within this. I'll just pick up any SAP standard role. So now we have 2 different single roles. Okay. So now let's see the other concept of role apart from single role. So another concept of role is a composite role. So composite role is nothing but a container which contains one or more role. So it acts like a container where you can club multiple different roles. Okay, so how we can create that? So now for demo purpose, we have 2 different roles. Let's come back, and these are the 2 roles. One is manager that we created from scratch, and there's another role for APO, which is a copied role from standard role. So now there's a requirement, say for my company or the client that I'm designing role, that instead of having multiple different single roles, you want to combine the authorization of 2 or more roles and provide access to a user. Okay. For example, let's create a scenario. Suppose for clerk, I have this role. Controller, I have another dedicated role. Obviously, for manager, there is another role. Say there's another position which is senior manager. This senior manager needs the single role of the manager because he or she is a senior manager, plus also requires another role like the APO role or maybe many other roles. So there are two ways of assigning it. One is either you assign both the roles to the senior manager, both single roles, okay. Or there can be another way of assigning is we can create a composite role. So the composite role will contain these two single roles. So composite role is just a container. Okay. So instead of having individual single roles assigned to user, we can club multiple single role in one composite role based on requirement. So the requirement can be for different designation. So you can combine different combination of role based on designation. It can be based on job, based on function. It's very simple, just used for combining one or more role. So composite role can contain one or more role. It itself doesn't have any authorization because it's just a container. So how to create a composite role? So we have used this naming convention where single roles are starting with Z, and I'll use Y to define our composite role. Okay. So let's say Y and the company name, the designation, senior manager, so this begins my naming, starting with the identifier of the role, what type of role, company name, functional area, region, and the designation. So this becomes my composite role, and I'll club the other two single row within the composite row. How to create a composite row? Pretty simple. So instead of clicking single row, we'll get into the composite row button. Okay. So we're creating a composite row now, and we'll incorporate two different single rows instead of any transaction. So earlier we have seen while creating a single row from scratch, transactions were added in menu, transactions were added in ST code. So for single role, we have incorporated transactions in the role either through menu or ST code. The other way we have created role is copying from an existing role. But for composite role, there will not be any addition of transaction. Rather, we will add one or more different single roles to club the authorization of those single role in one composite role. Okay, it's not connecting with source. But there's some issue with the server. Let me try another system. Okay. So this is another system. The problem is I'll not have the same set of roles. Let's try to create here just for demo purpose. So instead of single role, I'm creating a composite role. So there will be, the screen will look different than that of single role, because in a composite role screen, there is no menu to be created because there's no transaction that we're adding. Same sort of long text and short text. So instead of transaction menu, we have menu where the transactions are pulled from single row, and there's a different menu like roles where we need to mention the single rows that you're adding. And this is where we'll be adding the single roles. So we can add one or multiple row in the composite row. Okay. So this is a different system altogether. So we'll not have the single rows that are created. So the system is back.
Okay. I'm familiar with this anyway, so I think it's okay. What I haven't heard is the master role, so maybe that you can talk about that.
Yeah, sure. So yes, we have the master role concept as well. So master and derived, I think it will be part of another session. So this has composite concept, and then we have some of the status concept. So master derived is again a larger concept of role, where we can design the roles in such a way that you can push various actions or transaction from master to derived. So probably we'll have a different session on the master derived concept, because it's a larger concept than just a single role.
Okay. Here I'm reading in the PowerPoint that you can restructure the previous slide, that you can restructure the menu of the composite role.
Yes.
Okay, this will be interesting to see.
Yeah. So once we add the role, let's say instead of this two roles, I'll pick up any random role here. Searching the existing roles. Trying to pick up some of the existing roles. Maybe it's created by somebody, not sure what are the transactions. But if there are some transactions within this single role, so you can pull the menu from the individual single role to the menu of the composite role. So by default, there will be no menu. So we can just save this. There's no option to generate, because composite role does not require generation. It doesn't have any authorization. We can right away assign it to any user. So I'm assigning it to my user itself. So I can assign it, do a user comparison, similar to doing the assignment or refreshing the buffer, save it. So once I save it, this composite role is assigned to me. And if we see the assignment, these three roles will be assigned, and you will see the assignment is of type indirect. So this is what indirect is. 201, check my own ID. So this is the ID I'm using. And get to roles. So today, start date. So these are the three single rows which are assigned. These are of single type, and this is the composite row. So actually what I have assigned is the composite row, but in turn, it have assigned three single rows as well. The same standard. And if you see the assignment type, the first one is a direct assignment, because I have assigned a composite row directly to my user. But it have also assigned few indirect assignment, so which is coming from the composite row. So this becomes my direct, and this is kind of indirect assignment, and it shows assignment coming from composite. So these roles are not directly assigned, but you can also assign this role directly. So let me edit, show the status. So I've copied the text of one of the single role. I'm trying to assign it directly. So now here it shows that it's already assigned. So what I'll do is I'll try to change the start date, end date, and then see if it takes. So the role is same, but the start and end date is different. So if you try to assign in the same date, it checks for start and end date. And if it's a duplicate one, it will not allow. So I've changed the date and then assign. Now let's see the difference again. So start date. So you can see P2P UK 1. So this role is coming from the composite. And the texts are same, but this end date is different, start and end date is different. So this is also UK1, same role, but the start and end date is different. And the way of assignment is again different. This one is a direct one, and this is coming from the composite. So this is the difference between the status and the assignment. So if we go back to the composite role, we can save this. Now coming to the menu build, so you can build the menu for the composite role. Okay, so I can pull the menus. So in order to pull the menus, you can click on to import menu, and it imports the menu from the individual single roles, and it will populate here. So two of the roles are having some menu, and this is what is showing within the menu. Maybe the third role doesn't have any menu. So if we do not populate the menu and if we assign the composite role, it will not show any menu for the user. So we can design accordingly and change the orientation, change the sequence of how we look and feel this for the composite. The composite role is quite simple. It's mostly used for combining multiple single roles, and it reduces the effort to assign different single roles. Let's say in one particular position or designation, there are multiple roles which needs to be assigned. Say some role from procurement, few roles from payroll, and a few other functional role like SD and MM. So the job or the designation has different responsibility in multiple functional area. So instead of assigning multiple single role from different functional area like SD, MM, HR, so we can have one composite role for the designation itself and just assign the composite role. So it becomes easy assignment, easy to identify. And those composite roles most of the time are denoted as business roles. Although business role is not a technical term, but in designing and role design, business roles are usually the composite roles, which is targeted for a designation, particular designation, or if it is a function-based design, then overall function. So in role concept, we have single role and composite role. This is one sort of concept. And there is another concept which is master and derive. Both master and derive are of type single. So master is also a single role. Derive is also a single role. There's another term which is used instead of master and derive is like parent and child. So parent stands for master, child stands for derive.
Am I right? The master and derive, I think if you kind of maybe create accounting clerk, but you don't specify any company code, then you now create like a bunch of 3 or 4 for the different company codes. That would be kind of derived from the master. Is that the right concept?
Yeah. So that relates to master derive. So that is one of the features where you can design it for different org level. So the org level can be the function org level, or it can be business unit or region, even regions. And another feature of master derive is it's basically for maintaining or designing the role in a better way. And let's say you are adding a new transaction or removing a new transaction. we can edit it to the master role, and there's a function to push all those new transaction, new changes, and it will propagate to all the underlying variables. So
Okay.
suppose if you're designing role design, which is a master derived concept for, let's say, a global implementation. Suppose a company has operations in 50 different countries, and it's a fresh role design, or maybe a migration. So for 50 different countries, I can create a master role, suppose a master role for MM. Yeah? And for every region or every country, I can have a derived role. So if you're adding transactions to roles of 50 different countries, just adding one transaction is like, if it is only single role, you have to add into 50 different roles. So every change in the role will have changes in 50 single roles. So why not have a master concept? And if you want to make any change, the change is only done in the master role. So master role becomes a template or a global template. And ideally, master roles are not used by the end user. So when we do the changes in master, we can push the changes to all the variables. And those
Will you show
variables,
me how this relationship is defined? Are we going to go there?
yes.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, so that will take some time because it's a larger concept. So I would need a complete session for that. I will do it in the next session. So relationship, yes, you can see in the any of the single row. If we open any single row, suppose if I take any of this single row, so there is a field for inheritance. So that's where we, so this is the row, and this is the field for inheritance. And so if something is defined here, that role becomes the master, and the role that we are opening becomes the derive. So we'll see this concept. So every single role will have inheritance or derive from field. So in the derive from, we will define the master, and the derive role, this is the derive role, it gets all the details from the master. So we'll build a template and a scenario and create the master derive concept. But the relation is maintained here.
I've seen, I noticed something in PFCG just next to the role name. I saw a tick box, a check box for obsolete. This was not in ECC before, right? This just near the role name on top to the right.
Okay.
Just yeah.
So this, I mean, by default, it will be grayscale. It's based on role, because normally when you create a role, so if I'm creating a role, it is not, I mean, you can mark the role as obsolete, but it will not be available. So let's creating a new role. Okay. So it is by default, it is grayscale. So there can be few of the roles which SAP have delivered and it is obsolete, so it might be marked as obsolete. But I've never seen a role itself which is marked obsolete. There are transactions which are obsolete. So if you have obsolete transactions and if you're executing them, it will give errors like this transaction is obsolete or the transaction is deprecated. That is the usual SAP message.
Okay.
So usually
I have a scenario just on my last project where in the identity governance side of the role management, they wanted to know when to deactivate, what should be the trigger to deactivate a role so that it's not available for users to request. But the administrators, role administrators on the SAP side, they didn't have anything. So it was just, it had to be manually maintained. So that's why that check jumped out at me, but it seems it's not available to the customer, only to SAP, right?
I mean, I have not seen any scenario where it is maintained, but I can check out whether it can be manually changed. So even if you mark it as obsolete, whether it can be marked, and if there's any such scenario where we can maintain obsolete rules. But about your requirement of like the integration thing, I'm not exactly sure about it. What is it? Can you repeat the requirement?
So the identity management system is reading
IDM.
the roles. Yeah, IDM, it's anyone is reading the role from SAP. But then in the display menu of the IDM application, right, we wanted to segregate some obsolete roles so that it's not available to the user in the catalog to select. But there was no defined trigger that we could automate it coming from SAP. They just had to manually come and kind of deactivate the role in the IDM. So in SAP, they said, oh, our roles don't expire. We don't have a way to indicate when a role is obsolete.
Yeah, so how do you, I mean, what is the, when you say obsolete, there can be different meaning to obsolete. So here, I think mostly it is that the SAP standard role itself is not in use. But for a business actual scenario, the obsolete can be a role that you are not using, but still it is there, like the custom role which is designed, but still it is there. But,
yes, yeah, they're no longer using it. No user should be assigned. And so, but it's there in SAP for audit reasons. They can't delete the role for traceability, but it's still there. So the IDM is always syncing every single role, right? So they have to manually, when they are setting up the role, indicate that that role should not appear in the catalog to users to request.
I think for IDM, it can sync role based on various patterns. So if there is proper naming convention, it can skip certain naming patterns also. So not necessarily that it will read all the ABAP roles. It can read with certain pattern. Let's say if the ABAP in the Java connection, it just reads single role. Let's say role starting with Z. So I want to read only the single role and use it in my IDM system. So if there are naming patterns or any parameter, let's say, suppose validity. So if all the invalid roles will have invalidity with the user, if it is assigned to a user, or a naming pattern. So we can use any logic. IDM, I know there are a lot of different logics that can be used in Java. So
yeah, but I think the name, they didn't have an identifying parameter. The name of the role was the same. They used it for all their roles. We tried to use the active or inactive dates. I think in some of the roles, I can't remember if I saw that field. You could put active dates or something in the role PFCG. I don't remember, but I think we saw that field and we were asking them, do you use this role to indicate the life cycle of the role? They didn't use it. So there was just no way to identify and automate that process for them. So they really had to manually come in if they stop using a role to come and in the setup in the IDM, remove all the approvers and indicate that it shouldn't show in the role catalog to the users.
Okay. Yeah, so we'll check that. But even I think I've seen one of the client a similar kind of situation where it's not like obsolete, but like IDM does the role assignment and the provision. So there were a few set of roles which should not be auto provisioned. So what was done is from SAP that role list was taken and it was compared and fed in IDM. So those roles, although it was there in IDM, but it was configured in such a way that those roles will not be manually, it will not be automatically assigned. So IDM will assign all the other roles based on the rules that IDM has configuration, but it will not assign certain set of roles, which is not obsolete, but because there are separate approval processes and it have to go manually. There was no automated approval process. So there was same old mailing, and there are some documentation which needs to be done. So a few critical kind of roles which needs manual approval over like pen and paper kind of. So that was not done through IDM. So although it have read and have fetched all those roles, but it was excluded from like doing an assignment to the users. So we can probably actually remove certain set of roles. It's not that every time you have to manually like unassign from the IDM roles. I think it can be done one time, but that's an IDM part.
Yeah.
So, okay, let's go ahead with this one. So similar to the composite role, then they have the derive role concept, which will have the master and derive. So this one I wanted to cover in a separate session altogether. So we can check for the questions. So every session we will discuss 2 to 3 questions around. So which is very much targeted for the architect examinations. So it might not be related with the topics that we are doing, but overall, if you see the overall curriculum, it's there somewhere because the questions are not, it's never serial. So first one is this, which is related to S/4HANA concept, like which communication method, when you're using the Fiori Launchpad, it uses for retrieving the data from the backend, like S/4HANA system or a web system. So multiple options to it. So these are the 3 correct options. RFC, trusted RFC, SNC. So SNC we have seen in the SU01. So either it's a single sign-on SNC concept or RFC, and even there is another concept of info access. So which is specifically for Fiori, and where you have a OData concept. So Fiori, you will see that's like a front-end layer, similar to, you can say, GUI being the front-end, SAP GUI, or NetWeaver NWBC, or say Power BI. So similar to that, Fiori is either accessed, mostly accessed in the browser, and there is Fiori client also. So how do they access the data? So the communication type, these are the methods, these are the 3. And the next question is related to web. I think this you might be knowing already. So like we have ST code. There are a few critical objects like ST code, SOAuth, SGroup. SWDIS is for tables. So if you want to protect any particular sensitive table, how do you apply authorization? So how can you protect a table, any table, let's say finance table, which has finance information? So I don't want users who are not authorized to see the finance table, even if they're in finance team or in HR team, only few set of users should see the finance table. So in order to do that, we can use the auth object, standard auth object, SWDIS. So SWDIS will be in the role that you require access to, and the table groups. So SWDIS along with the table group should be part of the role for the user who's trying to access. And all the tables which are sensitive, we can put it into the standard table called TDDAT. So we can see this TDDAT in SE16. I think it won't be there in Fiori system. It will only be there in ABAP system. So we can access any of the table through the transaction SE16. So SE16 is the transaction to check tables. So there's a standard table T. So all the authorization table group that we create, we can incorporate here. So tables will be associated with auth table group. So any table which is sensitive, we'll add the auth table group to the table. So that will make it sensitive. But how do you give access to? That is another part. We'll use the SWDIS, which is the standard table-related object, incorporate in the role, and then provide access to the user. So these are the two questions. So similarly, every sessions, I'll ask the support team to also. So
Okay.
every sessions we'll have 2-3 such questions, and by the time we complete the overall session, you should be very much prepared for that.
Yeah. Okay. I would have loved to see that the table that automatically excludes it in the system, just to see what it looks like.
You can get into, if you have access to any SAP system, check for this transaction SE16, and then type the table TD80. So it will show you the table which has all the auth group listing. So in most of the table, you will see there is ampersand, NC, ampersand, like that. That means there is no authorization group. So there can be authorization group in a few if it is listed. So you can try that, or right now the system is not logging in, right? So maybe in the next session you can see that. So in order to not view that table, you should also use the SWDIS. So SWDIS is the auth object. So which will categorize like what you can, which auth group you can see. So every table will be associated with the auth group. Auth group we can populate in the SWDIS, and SWDIS will be part of the role whom you want to be access.
Okay. Okay. And these tables are already grouped by default coming from SAP, right? You don't have to set that up.
No, you can add tables to different groups. So by default, there will be no auth group. You have to add it.
Okay. I'd like us to please take a look at it. Yeah.
I'll give you an example to that. So there was another example you have asked in the last session. It was related to a similar one.
S groups, I think, for the user groups.
User groups. So I'll try to prepare this to scenario. Probably we can see in the next session. Let's get started for today's session. So this is the today's session which speaks about NetWeaver application level security. So there are a couple of areas to discuss within this. In this session, we'll talk about the overall SAP UI. What are the various kinds of UI? User and role administration we have already seen, but still there are some details about it. Maybe we'll refresh based on the previous understanding that we had, and some new concept which is related to a different kind of UI like Fiori. So with S4 HANA and SAP Fiori, there's a new kind of look and feel. So in this session, we'll see all the various kind of UI that SAP has now. So a couple of slides talks about the very basic SAP, the initial concept of SAP. I think we're very well aware of that. So I'll quickly move on those slides. So this slide talks about the initial, like what is SAP R2, R3, and the newer concept of in-memory computing with SAP HANA, the different kind of solutions that we have. R2 used to be the oldest version starting from 1970s, and then came the release 3. Then we had various ECC versions, and now what we have the new suite, which is S4 HANA. So we know about this architecture from basis point of view, how a client server kind of concept works and the various layers of communications which are there. So if we see network, concept, there are seven different layers of communication. So here it depicts what are the major layer of communication within SAP. So when we see the database, so database working at a database layer, and then we have the application or SAP web stack, which is the application layer, and in the presentation, it's any UI kind of software like SAP UI. So a client-server kind of architecture, multi-tier client-server kind of architecture. And there are various UIs or user interface tools or softwares which SAP have used and introduced for various kind of applications. So we all know about SAP GUI or the SAP logon pad. So you log into SAP with SAP GUI, and we do the transaction. The screens that we see is either a web screen or there are web intro screen also. So if you see specifically web intro based screen, you can also use another UI software, which is NWBC or NetWeaver Business Client. So these are the different kinds of UI client softwares which works in the user side of the desktop, user desktop. So in between, we have the SAP web stack, and in the backend, it's actually the SAP server. So here in this slide deck, so it talks about the different kinds of UI which are there. Then we also have portals. So portals have been used where you have Java stack. So mostly in terms of Java stacks, portals are used. And now there's a newer kind of UI, which is for SAP Fiori. It's known as SAP Fiori Launchpad. So even apart from Fiori Launchpad, mostly it's the browser which is used. So GUI, Business Client, NetWeaver Portal, Fiori Launchpad, and the browser like Chrome browser or IE browser can be used to access SAP. So these are the various tools. So this talks about the GUI. So we all know the GUI or the logon pad. What is the look and feel of the GUI? And overall, there are various versions of that. What is a SAP GUI or logon pad software or the client software that we all know. So there's a brief description about it. Then this is the NWBC client. So NWBC client as a software can be installed in the client side, or it can also be used as a transaction. So this is the client software. So we have the client software, okay, SAP Business Client 7.0. This is the client software. So it can be used both for ABAP stack and for Java stack. So you can use NWBC for both ABAP and Java, whereas SAP GUI is only used for SAP ABAP stack. Now this software, client-side software, it can either be used as a software where you're sharing some resources between the server and the client, and it can also be launched directly from the server itself without using the software. So we can go to a server directly, say through GUI, and then launch with the transaction NWBC. So NWBC is also a transaction which will launch the NWBC application from the server itself. So /n NWBC. So you might have seen this NWBC screen earlier and many of the Java-based or WebInPro screens. So if you're using SAP CRM, SAP SRM, they used to be based on NWBC screens. Even SAP GRC is based on through NWBC screen. Okay, so this is how it will look like. So it will look something like this. Then came the Fiori concept. Okay. Still loading. Yeah, so we have to. Okay, so I'm trying to showcase how does a NWBC screen looks like. Let it get loaded. So the next kind of UI that we have is Fiori based. So this is the newer kind of UI where SAP have tried to simplify the look and feel and the concept of apps that we have like in Android or iOS. So similar kind of concept SAP have brought with apps, and this is like a layer which works on top of NetWeaver. So it is not a complete technology stack. It's just a layer which renders the SAP data to be visible in a simplified format. And the objective was to change the overall look and feel and to reduce the number of clicks or number of actions. So when SAP initially launched Fiori, the concept was to perform most of the tasks in just 3 clicks. So say earlier a consultant or an end user used to do a business process, let's say procuring services or procuring some material. So there were multiple steps or multiple transactions involved. You need to navigate to multiple screens, feed in data in many of the screens. So it used to take more than a couple of screens and multiple clicks. Now, how can various business resources be reduced, various business steps or business processes can be reduced to minimum with minimum number of clicks. So that was the initial intention, to change the, totally revamp the UI and reduce it to like 3 clicks. So although it's not a hard and fast rule, but if you see the initial Fiori screen and Fiori application, most of the tasks can be done within 3 different clicks. So this is the look and feel of Fiori. So if we go back to the screen, okay, our NWBC screen have loaded. So we need to choose NWBC cockpit, and this will load the NWBC screen. Okay, so this is how the UI of NWBC screen. Now, how does a Fiori screen looks like? So I have the Fiori screen already open. This is the UI of Fiori. So in Fiori, we have the concept of like tiles. So 3 different look and feel. So if we compare, practically, this is our NWBC screen. This is the Fiori Launchpad. And then in the backend, we have the SAP ABAP or the GUI screen. So we are accessing the same SAP server, but the UI technology are different. So the newer technology is the Fiori. So this is how the look and feel. Now, what are the various areas within Fiori? Fiori is something which is new. We have already worked on. Yeah.
Can I ask a quick question? In practice, how is it in organizations? Are they using either or sometimes they're using all, or it depends on the base application that you're trying to access? What have you experienced?
Right. So that's a very good question, actually. So it depends on the company's strategy. So this Fiori look and feel and overall the Fiori technology was introduced for the business user or the end user to simplify the overall business process. So Fiori is intended mostly for the end users who are using SAP, not the SAP consultants. So there is not much big change for Fiori consultant, SAP consultant. So if you are a FICO consultant, security consultant, or MM's consultant, still a majority of the access that we do is still through GUI. Because if you're configuring SAP, if you're running the transaction code, we need to use the SAP GUI screens. So Fiori is majorly targeted for the end users or business user. Let's say if you're creating a PR, you are approving a PO. So that's for an end user. Users who use SAP. So for them, it becomes much more easier in Fiori screens. Okay, it's quite intuitive, more user-friendly can say then SAP transactions and SAP classical SAP screens. So I have seen in few clients where they have gone for S4HANA, the new business suite, like from ECC to S4HANA or fresh S4HANA. So you'll find a lot of clients moving to S4HANA, which is the business suite. So when they move to business HANA, S4HANA, they have to decide what kind of strategy they will have for accessing, like which UI tool. So most of the time they'll keep all the options, but segregated based on the users. So say for one of the client, they started with a strategy with a complete like 100% Fiori for their business users. So all the business user or end user will access SAP only through Fiori. They will not even have SAP GUI. But obviously the consultants who are supporting SAP, developing application, managing SAP, they will always access it through GUI. And NWBC is based on some of the application.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the significance of the security audit log in SAP systems? Option A, it tracks user activities and system changes for auditing purposes. Option B, it automatically updates security patches. Option C, it optimizes database performance. Option D, it monitors network traffic. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to amp up your skills in SAP System Security? Our SAP System Security Architect training course is here to guide you. You can learn at your own pace right here on our platform. In this course, we'll dive deep into SAP System Security. Think of it as your toolkit for safeguarding sensitive data and ensuring smooth operations. Our course covers everything you need, from the basics to some cool advanced techniques. It's crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are top-notch pros with years of experience. They're here to guide you through and answer any questions you might have. And guess what? Our students love this course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly beneficial. Best part? It's budget-friendly. This amazing opportunity to learn won't break the bank. Ready to master SAP System Security? Enroll on our page today. For more details, head over to ZaranTech's website.
Let's say if you're using SAP SRM and SRM still the Fiori apps, all the Fiori apps are not developed for SRM, then they will continue to use NWBC for SRM, which is supply relation management. So it's not just like one single solution fits everybody, but Fiori is mostly targeted to the end user of the business user. Now within end of business user also, we have to identify whether the module is supported by Fiori. So now it has been a couple of years that a lot of Fiori apps have been developed. There are different versions like Fiori 1, 2, 3, many versions came in. So when initially it was launched, there were only few apps. Now there are various kinds of apps, and it should be noted that all the apps, it's not like one-to-one. So every transaction does not have one app. It can be one-to-many, like one app catering to maybe 4 or 5 transactions. So it's not an exact replication of, let's say I have ME53 and there's a app for ME53. Maybe not like that. So there can be an app which caters to procurement, and within procurement there are a couple of transactions in web app which has the complete functionality has been translated to that app. So for Fiori apps, there is a library that SAP provides. So we can, it's a public library. So we can access, it's called SAP Fiori library. So this is our main repository or reference or single source of truth, where you have details of all the Fiori apps. So which version refers to which version is relevant, and you can search for specific Fiori apps. Suppose say PR or I'm saying ME53. Okay, I'm just searching by transaction. So this will provide me all the apps which are relevant with this transaction.
So, are these apps a bit like the iOS where the individuals that build them, or they are all built by SAP?
The apps, okay. So there are standard apps which are provided by, like the ones that you see here. These are provided by SAP. So when we deploy Fiori as a add-on, or if you deploy or implement S/4HANA, there is Fiori, and you will get standard apps. But we can also create apps. So developers like ABAPers, so they have transitioned as a Fiori developer now. So people who are working as a Fiori developer. So apps can be built. You can also customize current app, extend current app, change, do complete customization. So it's similar to, you can say, roles. There are standard roles which SAP provides for some application, but again, we can customize based on our need. So it can be customized and create on our own as well.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. So these are the ones, the one that you see in the library, these are the ones which are the standard apps. So apps by different line of business, industry, role, or you can search by all kinds of app that we have, or some solution. Okay, let's say I want to search for finance related apps. See, there are close to now 11,600 something apps. Okay, for this solution, I search for all apps. Yeah, all apps, it's coming to 13,000. So every now and then you'll find the number keeps on increasing because SAP keeps on releasing various different apps for their solution. So earlier when it was launched, obviously there were only few apps, and not all transactions were translated to Fiori app, Fiori standard app. So then, like 4-5 years back, if a client is implementing S/4HANA, so S/4HANA started from 2015. So the initial first version was 1509 in September. So if at that point in time, if somebody was implementing, they had to do a lot of custom app build. Even now, there are custom app built for any projects. Not all standard app will cater to your requirement. So you can do a lot of customization with every single app. So we can take the standard app, modify and change the look and feel, functionality. There's a complete programming work area or a programming task behind that. So it's similar to like app. Okay, this is our Fiori screen. Okay, let's come back to the presentation. Okay, so what are the different areas within the app? So if we see the Launchpad, Fiori Launchpad, so this overall screen we see is called as the Fiori Launchpad, and you access it through a browser. So similar to GUI, there are different parts of it. So what are these parts known as? So like this menus, so these are actually role-based groups like master data, reporting. So all these are coming because of the roles which are assigned. To me. These are the tiles. Okay, this each and every square, these are tiles, and tiles are grouped under a particular group, which is a role-based group. So based on the grouping, you get access to all these tiles. Okay, this is our home screen, initial home screen, and there's a personalization area. So you can access the personalization area by clicking into the user icon. It's like your profile. So this is your personalization area where you can personalize a couple of things for your own screen. like some of the settings. Okay, recently used apps, any frequently used apps. You can search for an app within your access. So suppose if I have access to 1000 different apps, I can search for that app. And then within settings, you can do some of the look and feel and user default settings. So notification related settings, clearing cache, language formats, the basic user defaults. You can also change some sort of look and feel, like there is Belize theme, there is classic theme. Still not loading, but we can change the look and feel, like dark theme. There are 4 or 5 different themes. Okay, in the new personalization area. Cancel this. Okay, so it talks about the personalization area, groups, different apps, the tiles, each and every tiles are apps, and there's a search option, which is known as contextual search. That's similar to like normal search, but with some advanced feature where you are associating the text with various kinds of app and giving a more comprehensive search. And there's a notification panel, so you keep on getting notification based on different kind of actions. So if the notification is enabled. Yeah. So this is our, you can say menu, but not exactly menu. These are various groups. So there are multiple different groups. I have many roles, so there are many groups. So usually in end business user or end user, they will not have so many groups, because if you're assigning many roles and there are huge number of groups, catalogs and types. So these are 3 concepts in Fiori. So tiles are nothing but these boxes or applications. So applications can be accessed through tiles. Tiles are part of a catalog, and you can categorize tile or group tiles under groups. So this is Fiori groups, Fiori catalog, and tile. So each and every tile that we see, not necessarily every tile will work. So in order to fetch the data from SAP backend to Fiori, there have to be proper configuration done for every tile. So when you click this, although you can see the tile, the app might not work. Okay, so the app might not fetch data unless it is fully configured. So there are multiple areas to do the configuration. There is backend configuration, there is front-end configuration. Backend is the ABAP, front-end is the Fiori. There are various deployment strategies, so that also we'll see. One user experience for multiple technologies. So yeah, so SAP Fiori also wanted to have a single kind of experience or a comprehensive experience where you are getting data which was supposed to be GUI based, but you're translating into Fiori kind of look and feel. And similarly, you can have data which was supposed to be displayed as a portal or a cloud platform, and you can render everything on a Fiori UI. So Fiori UI is compatible with all the previous technology, and it can display all the content in the Fiori screen. Okay, this screen, this deck speaks about basic same 3-tier architecture, but with a little bit more detail. So you know, the database layer being the base layer where the data and all the mostly all the data resides, and in between is the application server or the SAP where your dispatcher is working, and in the front end it's the UI tool, same thing.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, quickly on the previous slide, the D, V, and B that we see on the dispatcher application server layer, what does that represent?
Yeah, so this, I mean, here it's mentioned as operating system users, but there are different application server, like you have NQ servers and dispatches. So every SAP application will have multiple different, I mean, you can have one application server or you can have multiple application server. So within the SAP server, you can check for the various application servers through the transaction SM51. So SM51 gives you multiple different instances of that server. So right now for this server, I have one instance. Okay, so you can have multiple different instances as well. Okay, so if you're using load balancing in a SAP server, you can have multiple application server instance, which is pointing to a single SAP server. Okay. So I think this would denote that, or it might be just the operating system users.
You see those letters there, they have D for Daniel, B, and V. I'm just wondering what that means.
Yeah, so this can be dialogue. If it is anything specific, I'll look into it. But
Okay.
usually there are like NQ, you have NQ, dispatcher, and dialogue as well. So I'm not sure if this refers to that one, but these are like basis concept mostly.
Okay, more basis related. Okay.
Yes. But there are multiple applications. You can have multiple application server for one instance, and this is where we check. Users and authorization. We have already seen users and authorization concept. So this slide speaks about user master record and various authorizations. Actions are nothing but transaction code and permissions. So there are two terms. In GRC terms, we have actions and permission. In SAP core SAP term, there is T code and authorization object. Okay, all in the same. Within the user master record, so user master record comprises of, so if you can relate this with the tabs in SU01. So this talks about all the tabs within SU01, which becomes the overall user master record.
And there are 10. I think this is a certification question. For the life of me, for the number of times I went to that screen, I never realized that there were 10 tabs.
Okay. Yeah. So so mostly in our day-to-day work, we don't concentrate on all the areas on a screen, right? It's very difficult to get to every nitty-gritty of a SAP screen or any app for that matter. But and it's a master transaction, so there are a lot of options tab in that. Yeah. Types of user. We have already seen 5 different types of user. The way it can communicate, which can log in and which cannot log in. So we had dialogue and service type of user through which you can log in. And there is like system and communication reference user, which is not used for direct login. So password change, like whether you can change password for those kind of users, and few which you cannot change password. Role administration, we have already seen role administration. This talks about like overall the various areas within the role, like activity, authorization, object class. So mostly the same thing, basic role administration concept. Authorization check. Now, this is a high-level concept, but it works for every user that logs in. So what basically happens when a user logs into SAP? through SAP GUI, mostly from the authorization perspective. So once the user logs in, he gets a screen like easy, yes, she gets an easy access screen. And when you are executing any transaction, for every transaction, there's an authority check. Now, this authority check is based on the transaction that you're executing and which objects are associated with that transaction. So that details comes from SU24 repository, if you recall. Okay, SU24, where there are transaction to object relationship. And within the code of the program, like if you're executing a transaction, transaction is nothing but a SAP program which runs and gives us maybe a screen or a report. So within that program, whether there is any authority check statement. So there is a code which is called authority check statement. So every transaction or program, especially the standard one, they will have an authority check. Because you have the authority check statement, that is why it checks those objects which are part of SAP. So this is mostly actually the ABAP concept, what happens at a code level. Okay, but it's good to know as a security consultant what are the processes which happen in the backend. So if the authority check is okay, that is when you get to see the next screen based on if the authority check is passed. If no, then you get the error handling message, which is coming from the code again, the transaction code. So this is at a high level when the user logs in, the authority check is being done based on the code authority check statement for every transaction. So that's why when we scan SAP code, we look for authority check statement. If you're using a code scanner, so there are softwares, third-party applications, which checks for how secure is a ABAP code, how securely a custom ABAP code is built, or even for standard ABAP code, it mostly goes through quality process, but yeah, there can be ABAP code scan done on standard as well. So then this is one of the very common criteria to check for authority check statement with a code scanner. So which defines that within the program, it has some authority check statement, and you need to incorporate some object or the other to control the access. So you're applying some sort of control in the program. Else, if there is no authority check statement within a code, then that piece of code, when it becomes a transaction, so the code becomes a program, and program can be mapped as a transaction. So that transaction will not be associated with any object, and if you provide it to any user, it cannot be controlled at a activity level or object level if there is no authority check statement. So this concept is more of purely development or ABAP concept. Yeah. So next is our role screen. So this is the PFCG screen where we have the various menus. So it talks about different transaction, web link, and report which can be incorporated. So this is how it looks like. So you already know it. So where do we generate the profiles? So if we get into the authorization tab, so this is where we see the profiles and we can generate the authorization profile. Users and roles, yeah, it talks about the same user role concept where we build the role in PFCG and obviously assign through SU01. There are validity for each role as well. So there's role validity, there is user validity. User master comparison. So we have seen in PFCG or SU01, mostly in PFCG, we do a user comparison. So what is that user comparison? If a user is already logged on, okay, the user has a particular profile or buffer running. So say the user has access to 100 different transactions and the user is already logged on. So once the user is logged on, those 100 transaction is available to the user. So if a change is made into the roles and there are new transaction added or some transaction removed, the authorization buffer needs to be refreshed. So a user master comparison does that kind of job and also keeps the authorization profile current. So this is a kind of a troubleshooting step also. So even if you have access to certain roles and you're not getting the transaction access, user is not getting the transaction access, we can do a user master comparison, one of the basic step to troubleshoot. Some of the logon parameters that we have seen earlier. So we can access the logon parameters through RZ11, and you can search by, say, login as a pattern. So you'll get all the login parameters. So there are default values and ranges that SAP have provided. So you can see new default value and ranges since NetWeaver version 7. Okay. So SAP would have changed the default values. Obviously, these values can be customized based on our requirement, but in different versions, the values might be different. Some of the system profiles further. Okay, so next is the Fiori catalog and
within an organization, they should get these parameters from where audit recommendation, or can they ask me as a consultant to give them some guidance? Or
yes, possible. Yeah. So although most of the parameters are maintained by basis technically, but specifically for the security parameters, it can be the security architect or the internal audit, IT audit team who can suggest or even modify like what should be the right setting for the organization.
and where, as a consultant, can I get like best practice, or what is the ideal recommendation if I were asked?
See, the default that goes with SAP, that's kind of default baseline from SAP, but that can be obviously tweaked based on our need. Like say, when we are logging in any incorrect login, so normally it's like 3 times. If you are trying to do a login in SAP and it is incorrect for 3 times, it locks you. That is the default baseline. Now, some client might require that 3 times is too less. Let's change it to like 5 times. If you're trying to log in and you have put 5 times incorrect password, now it will 5 times is the limit. After that, it will log. Okay. Now, I have seen one client which was using password. It was long back, and they wanted the password to be like, they were not using single sign-on at that point in time. It was a US client, and they have forced it to be like just once. So you can try the password once. If you try the password second time, it will lock the user. So they had some very specific requirement, and their although it was not single sign-on, but they were not typing in the password. There was a different software where the password were like saved. Probably it was a custom software. The password was saved. So it was specifically for the consultants, so not the end user. So if a consultant is logging in, they will use that software. They'll double click their user, and it's kind of a single sign-on, but not SAP single sign-on. So when they double click in that within that software with respect to their user ID, it will punch in the user ID and password in SAP. So because the credential is coming from the custom application, it cannot be a wrong password, right? So they have changed it to like just once. So if there is any, if there is a second time try, the user used to get locked, but still there were issues with that application because of some RFC communication and delay. So if there's any delay between the password software and SAP, sometimes it used to get locked, and there was a different process for the client. You have to explain why it was locked and all that. So I don't know why they have created it and made it so hard. Probably it was a sensitive application, or the client was into financial services, so maybe it was finance.
Sounds like a PAM solution, privileged access management solution.
Yes, the system. Yeah, the system was also like a critical. It was not for all system. It was only for few systems, few SAP systems. They had that. But yeah, that's a very client specific, and baseline, the standard which SAP provides, it's more or less, you can take that as basic baseline actually.
For this one situation you just explained, is it possible to set those criteria based only like for specific users, or it's like at server level, right?
No, this is at a server level.
Okay.
Not user specific. Yes. So
because
users,
you said it was only for the consultants and not for the business users. So probably this application is only for consultants.
right?
That's why.
Yeah. So user level, we can do it, right? We have seen how we can apply user level security policy. So if you want to apply user level security policy, so within S201, if we pick up any user, there is a user security policy. Right? We have seen that in SEC, there's a transaction SEC poll where we can SECPOL, where you can create a security policy and apply it to the user. So then it becomes user specific, but the attributes that you get in SEC poll, it might not be exactly same as the system parameters. That is only user specific.
Okay.
So, yeah, so some of the parameters you can define with the security SEC poll transaction also and apply to the user. This is different. Yeah. So Fiori catalog and groups. So in Fiori, there is a front-end server, or they call it like in short FES. Backend server is BES. So the backend server is on HANA DB. Front-end, it I've mentioned as any DB, whether it's HANA, it can be any DB. So front-end server hosts the Fiori component, and backend server will host the SAP ECC or SAP S/4HANA. Okay, and the user is going to use the Fiori launchpad. So this is like a 3-tier. Now, the 3-tier architecture, or the term that they use in Fiori terminology, there is an embedded deployment and hub and spoke deployment. So this kind of structure is hub and spoke. So where you have Fiori in one server, front end, and back end in another server. Simply, if we have both of these two in same server, it becomes a embedded deployment. Okay, where Fiori component sits in the same SAP server.
Could you give me an example of where we have any database, a front-end server? I can visualize the HANA database, right? But I'm just wondering, in what situation would you now have a second?
So, okay, I think we can see it here. See, these are the two SAP servers. Okay, these are two SAP servers. And SAP Fiori, I have a separate server, and S4HANA is a separate. These are two different servers. Okay, if this is my backend server and SAP Fiori becomes my front-end server, then it's a hub and spoke. And I'm using my desktop to access it through a launchpad. So this is the launchpad, which is the UI. And I'm accessing the backend server, but my Fiori component is running in the Fiori server. So this becomes hub and spoke. But if I have both Fiori and backend in the same system, then it becomes a embedded. So earlier SAP used to recommend hub and spoke, where you have Fiori application in a dedicated server or a dedicated box, and your whether it's ECC or S4 in a dedicated box. Because Fury used to consume a lot of resources, server resources. But now things have evolved, and SAP have started recommending embedded approach of deployment, where both your S4 HANA or ECC and Fury resides on the same server.
Okay. Can you type that hub and spoke in Notepad? Let me just see how it's spelled.
Yeah, hub and spoke is.
Okay.
It's a common term in networking also, where you have like networking hubs like switches and hubs, those hub, and spoke are like the various clients or the terminal or nodes.
A wheel of a bicycle, like that.
Yes, probably, yeah. Okay, so further in SAP Fiori landscape or structure, so this is the HANA DB, the database, okay, and the connection or the connectivity between the front-end server, the pink one is front-end server, blue is the back-end server. So how do you communicate between these two? So it's RFC communication, two different server, remote function calls, RFC communication. But the pattern of RFC communication is through OData. So there's this concept of OData in Fury, OData services. So when you communicate between the Fury apps and the backend, in between the communication from one server to another, or even if it is embedded deployment, the communication is through OData communication. So we need to have OData services and OData RFCs to communicate between the two. So that's why this connection. And there are HTTPS and HTTPS INA is INA. I need to check this one. There is you'll find this in our question also. The ways of communicating, this part of one of the certification question. So INA is another like way or protocol of connectivity between the Fiori applications, and these are the front-end apps. So whether you are using a legacy application like SAP GUI or any Fiori app. Now Fiori apps are also categorized in multiple different kinds of app. That's why it have mentioned as transactional analytical. We'll see what are the types of Fiori app. There are various types of Fiori app. Look-wise it is same, tile-based, but the functionality is either analytical, fact, or transactional. These are three, and then there is search also. Search is again embedded, but majorly three. So there is a, you can say, a further drill down in the architecture. Fiori apps, we have already seen this kind of look and feel, but if we go and dig deep down into different kinds of app, the apps are again segregated like in three different parts. And there are few other types of app also apart from those three. We'll see those three in detail. Like this is something which is known as a OVP or overview pages. So this is not exactly a data which is coming from single app or single source. So OVP has different areas. So you can see there are, it's very light, but there are 6 different sections. So the data might be coming from 6 different apps. It's like it's an overview page or a dashboard, you can say. So most of the dashboards are OVPs, overview pages. So it has multiple sections or multiple configuration needs to be done so that you can fetch data from different areas. It's like a dashboard, say a procurement dashboard, logistic dashboard, security monitoring dashboard. Okay, so OVP. SAP Fiori apps divided into 3 different types. So we will see that in further slides. One is transactional, then we have fact sheet, and then we have analytical. apps, three types of apps. So classically, when SAP was Fiori came into the market, there were three types of apps based on their functionality. Okay. So we'll see what are the three and the difference between them. So Fiori apps, what is the technology used for developing those apps? It is not SAP ABAP. So SAP ABAP, so if you see SAP ABAP, it is used for ABAP screens, the screens that we see in our GUI, right? Then after ABAP, you would have heard about WebDen Pro. So WebDen Pro is another kind of screen that you see in the NWVC screen. The NWVC screens are mostly WebDen Pro screen. So earlier there were ABAP developers, and if you see ABAP developers, some ABAP developers will also have WebDen Pro as a skill. Okay, so we don't call them like WebDen Pro developers. It is ABAP developer with a WebDen Pro screen. So NWVC or WebDen Pro screen, both are developed in same ABAP stack. But for Fiori, the technology which is used is HTML5 and UI5. In some of the areas is HTML5 and this UI5. So UI5 is an open source language which is used for Fiori, and it is also used for other web application, not specifically SAP Fiori. HTML5 is also open source, UI5 is also open source. ABAP is not open source, it is SAP proprietary. WebDen Pro is also SAP proprietary. So the language, they have moved on from proprietary language to open languages to develop SAP Fiori. Okay, so this is the technology which is used for building Fiori apps or designing Fiori apps.
Okay.
So what it talks about is it's not just a good looking interface. Obviously it is good looking, nice looking interface because they are built to ease the UI, but there is also a lot of business logic behind it. So when you're clicking into the app, how the data will come from the SAP server. Because remember, Fiori is just a presentation layer. It's a layer working on top of our SAP. So data is still residing on the database and we can view the data in GUI. But if I want to view the data in SAP Fiori instead of GUI, there have to be some communication between Fiori and the backend server or the SAP server. Okay. So that data transmission happens via the OData protocol. Okay, so OData services, OData protocol. OData services, there is a OData services which needs to be registered and configured in the backend. There is backend OData services, and there is also services in the front end. So both sides, there are OData services which works along with the RFCs. The RFCs are trusted, so we can see normal RFCs. If you see the normal RFC in ABAP, we can access RFCs through SM59, which is also mostly basis concept. So building RFCs or defining, managing RFCs, creating and maintaining is basis task. But in few areas where security consultant also need to know about security related RFCs, like if you have a GRC system and SAP system in a hub and spoke kind of environment, which RFCs are you using? So these are the one that we see in SM59. Typically those are ABAP RFCs, ABAP system to ABAP system. So you can have ABAP system to HTTP, any web system, ABAP to ABAP, different kind of RFCs. So RFCs are nothing but communication channel, you can say, between one system to another system. So they use the concept of RFC is a remote function call. So through remote function call, you are fetching the data. So these are the various kinds of RFCs. There is ABAP, which you use very often, type 3. And there are many other for TCP/IP and HTTP. SAP to SAP communication mostly will be using ABAP-based connections. Okay, so similarly, this is for classical ABAP. But if we go into Fiori, so for Fiori, there have to be a trusted RFC where both the system are registered, and the RFC is not a normal RFC, rather a trusted RFC, and the services which it uses is OData services. Okay, and the SAP user, Fiori user as in the end user. So whoever is the end user, they need authorization and obviously in both the system, both in the Fiori system as well as in the backend system, which is the SAP server. So when we provision the user should be there in both the front end and back end. Okay, not just in the back end or in the front end. Okay. So these are the various entries that we have. Any connection between one system to another system, you need to have a RFC connection. So for accessing Fiori, the end user should be present in both front end and back end. In case of hub and spoke, if it is embedded, then it's just one single system. So user will be there only in one single system, but you need authorization for both the system. Okay, so the authorization of front end and back end differs. There are two different kind of authorization. It is same PFCG role, but the kind of authorization differs. The traditional authorization concept, where it is just the GUI, backend server, and database, normal structure, the traditional one. Whereas if you see the Fiori, so within Fiori, there is a backend and front end concept. So this is our traditional, where there is GUI and the SAP server. So from GUI, I'm executing a transaction, which is part of my role. It hits the backend server or the same server. The transaction is nothing but a program which is written in ABAP. Programs are defined through SE93. That's why there's SE93. So any transaction that you execute, we can see that here. Let's say I'm executing a transaction PFCG. So what are this transaction? Transaction is nothing but a executable, you can say, action for a program. So PFCG, SU01, any transaction that you pick up, it is a program. It can be a program or it can be a report also. This is PFCG is a program. Which program? If I execute PFCG, so in SAP we use transaction concept. So when you execute this transaction, then you get this screen. Now this screen is a program. What is the name of the program? You can see it here. This is the name of the program. Okay, the technical name. So SAP something LPRGN underscore tree. Okay. So this is the program name. So actually what we are executing is this program. Transaction, you can relate the transaction like a shortcut. The shortcut to execute the program. Okay. So every transaction that we execute, say SU01, this is also a program. It is the program technical name. The program in classical SAP is written in ABAP. So what kind of program it is? Is it a program written in C, Java, Python? No, there's a program written in ABAP. There's a core program written in ABAP. So any of this program, you can also run it through another transaction. Any program, you can run it through SE38 or SA38. Okay. SE for development, and there is SE. SE is for development. So if you are developing, it is SE for edit. If you're running, it is for SE. Specifically for reports. Okay. So in SA38, I can run a program to execute from here for a web execution. So initially, if program is developed, program or report is developed, it will not have an associated transaction, a custom program or a custom report. The developers will map the custom program or custom report to a custom transaction for the users to use. But you can run any program by using the transaction which is used for program execution. So what I mean to say is, when you execute a transaction, actually what it executes is a program. A transaction is nothing but a shortcut for that program. So this is a classical authorization concept, and it executes, gives us a ABAP screen. In the ABAP layer, the data is coming from the database. Whereas if we see the Fiori model, so in Fiori, we do not have a transaction. There's no transaction here, right? It's only tiles. So if you see the Fiori screen, there's no option to key in transaction. Okay, this is for search, and this for notification. There's no option to type in transaction. It is just point and click. Okay, no typing in Fiori. So the complete look and feel, way of accessing is different. That's why in the client side, there's a tile. So tiles are part of group. It is clubbed within a group. So when someone, end user, is clicking a tile, okay, so it hits the front end server. It hits the front end server FES, the tile which is part of the group, okay, and the tile, the same tile is also part of a catalog. So these are the three things: tile, group, and catalog. Group is used for grouping the tiles, and catalog is like it is a catalog of tiles. So catalog means where you have multiple items within a catalog. So in terms of Fiori, catalog is a catalog of tiles or a list of tiles. Okay, so there are tiles which are part of catalog, and there are also tiles part of group. Group gives the UI grouping, whereas catalog is like you can say technology grouping, but it has more than grouping. It also has the actions. Like when you click onto the tile, what the tile does, those actions are known as target mapping. So when we click into a tile, whether the tile can create something, can it delete something, can it change something, that what it can do is defined in the target mapping. In terms of transaction, so when we type in a transaction, whether the transaction can create, change, delete, that is based on the activity code which is mentioned in the auth object. So the same thing, if you relate here, the activity concept is similar to target mapping here. So the overall authorization is totally changed for Fiori. It is no longer the SAP conventional, the traditional authorization concept. With tiles, the concept is changed completely. That is only for the front end, only for the front end server. For the back end server, it remains same. Okay. So the tile, what the tile can do, it is defined in the target mapping, and finally the tile launches. So when the tile gets launched or the application gets launched, how the front end server is communicating with back end server, that is based on OData services between the front end and back end server. If the front end and back end server is in the same server or the same box and using the same DB, still we will need OData services, but the calls will happen within the same server. So in the front end server, from authorization concept, what do we need? So we need groups and catalogs. Okay, we do not need any authorization related info. Like in the backend role, we'll need some authorization related info. So this Fiori model talks about in the front end server from authorization concept, what access do we need? So we need access to the group which hosts the tile or the tile which is part of that group, and we need the catalog which lists the tile as well. So groups and catalog. So we'll see how we can add groups and catalog in a PFCG role, and this is specifically for front end server PFCG role. So when we develop a front end server PFCG role, we only need to add groups, Fiori groups, and catalogs. Nothing else. There is no transaction in the front end server Fiori role, PFCG role. This is for the front end server. Now roles are assigned. So here we are speaking about only the front end server. So one part of front end server is creating the PFCG role, defining the PFCG role, and adding the relevant group and catalog. Okay, but there is another part which is design. So this we can say is authorization in front end server. The user for end user. The end user needs authorization in front end server via a PFCG role, which has relevant Fiori catalog and Fiori group. It will be more clearer when we do hands-on. Now it can be a little confusing because the concept is totally different from what we know already. It's a fresh concept. Fiori catalogs and Fiori groups as part of authorization. And there's also a design aspect. Design is what is the look and feel. Same tiles, but in which group and which catalog. So that needs to be done through a Fiori Launchpad designer or Fiori designer launchpad. So Fiori designer launchpad, it looks like this, where you have a catalog of all there is a catalog, this catalog tab, this groups tab. So in catalog you will have multiple catalogs with all the tiles, and you can add those tiles or applications to a group. So when you add it, it will show up here. Okay, and for every tile, then we can define the target mapping for this. So all this work, this task, it is not exactly done by security consultant or basis consultant. So most of the time it is a Fiori admin or the Fiori administrator. So in some of these smaller organizations, Fiori admin can be somebody from basis. It can be somebody from Fiori development team. But now it's a different line of job where you design Fiori application, deploy, design, not customize, but deploy and design. Deploy, design, and manage. If you are developing, then it's a core Fiori development job. Okay. So how we can access this launchpad? So there's this transaction UI.
Yeah. I'm just thinking about the split of the role. Doesn't the authorization concept need to be considered when they are building the groups and the catalog?
Yes, so there is authorization, but that will come in the backend, not on the front end. Okay. So in the front end, we have groups and catalogs, but the end user will also require access to the backend server. So this is where, okay, here also we'll add a backend server. You'll need another PFCG role in the backend server. Now, here we'll be adding the services, and if you need any transaction, even transaction can be added here. Transaction and links, reports. So there's a backend authorization and there's a front-end authorization.
Okay. So the Fiori admin is almost like the UI experts, you know. But what they build, they kind of need to give the security consultant their input or what? What's the trail of the design? I'm just wondering. Because I have the mind that they will do the grouping maybe based on what the security consultant has designed, but it looks like it's the other way around.
Right. So yes. So when you are designing the roles, so now with Fiori there is role design for the front-end server. There is role design, basically role design for Fiori, and for the SAP or the backend server. So based on what is the design, the executable actions. So from Fiori side, there is Fiori developer. The job roles, there is Fiori developer and Fiori admin. We have classically basis guys and security basis team.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the role of SAP GRC, governance, risk, and compliance, in system security? Option A, managing financial transactions. Option B, ensuring regulatory compliance and risk management. Option C, monitoring hardware performance. Option D, configuring network firewalls. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to amp up your skills in SAP System Security? Our SAP System Security Architect training course is here to guide you. You can learn at your own pace right here on our platform. In this course, we'll dive deep into SAP System Security. Think of it as your toolkit for safeguarding sensitive data and ensuring smooth operations. Our course covers everything you need, from the basics to some cool advanced techniques. It's crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are top-notch pros with years of experience. They're here to guide you through and answer any questions you might have. And guess what? Our students love this course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly beneficial. Best part? It's budget-friendly. This amazing opportunity to learn won't break the bank. Ready to master SAP System Security? Enroll on our page today. For more details, head over to ZaranTech's website.
So Fiori developer, or I can say Fiori or a web developer, any development, Fiori-based development, if a developer has the skill of Fiori, then they can work in the Fiori side of things. So for Fiori, they need to know UI5, HTML. So this person does like custom app development, enhancement to the apps, extending the apps, this kind of task. What a Fiori admin does is deployment of apps. So whether it's standard apps, you need to deploy, like install, deploy, configure the apps, and manage the launchpad. In launchpad, you have groups and catalogs. So manage and maintain groups and catalogs. Basis team, they will do like Fiori add-on installation, service activation. Within Fiori admin, there are many other tasks, like there are services specific to Fiori. So service activation, or it's not activation exactly, it's registration or OData services registration. So these are few of the tasks for Fiori admin. Basis team working in Fiori area. Yes, installation, any installation, upgrade, any ESP changes. ESP level upgrade, patch. Activation of services as an ICF activation services. That will be the basis task. From security side, obviously user and role management. From support perspective, so user and role management support. If it is for design, it's design and development. Or design and development of roles. So in design and development, it will be both backend roles as well as frontend roles. So any PFCG task is done by security. Launchpad task, Launchpad will be managed by Fiori admin. Now, larger projects, you will find dedicated Fiori admin or Fiori consultants. But in smaller project, there will be either somebody from basis or Fiori development team who will also be doing this task. But if it is a big project, they need separate areas, separate consultants. Like I've seen in one of the client where they deployed S4 HANA with more than 1,000 apps in the first like go live. So 1,000 apps, it is a huge, it was like around 1,400 apps. So hardly any client goes with that many number of apps in the very beginning. So most of the time it would be like 100, 150 or 200 apps nowadays. If it is that big implementation where there are 1,000+ apps, you need dedicated consultant. So yeah, this is the structure that I've seen in larger organization. But if you see very small organization, Fiori or S4HANA used in very limited space, then you can even merge most of this. And in smaller organization, maybe even security and basis is one and the same, and also the same person does the Fiori admin job. So depends. So how do we access the Fiori Launchpad Designer? So right now we are seeing the Fiori Launchpad, which is end user. So we can execute this two transaction. So one is client specific, cust is client specific, CONF is cross client. So both the transaction is for Fiori Launchpad Designer that we can use from the front end FES server or the Fiori server. Okay. So we'll see this when we see more about Fiori and we create our own Fiori roles and design Fiori groups and catalogs. This talks about the standard catalogs, standard business catalogs which are there. Okay. The view for the Fiori Launchpad Designer, same Fiori Launchpad Designer, catalogs and groups, which are listed here. So you can also customize them, especially in a client environment. We can change it to our own custom namespace. So if you see any of the catalogs or group, it will start with like SAP, or there's different naming convention. It's very light, but it starts with like SAP. So normally we change it to same as roles like C something. So you can change the catalogs or group to your own naming convention. Okay. Designer group view. So the groups that we have, the same groups translate into the front end look and feel. Okay. So in the front end, these are the grouping, various grouping. So when you group the tiles accordingly, so this is, although it looks like a menu, but the term in Fiori, what we see is groups, because we are grouping tiles in different groups.
Is there any guidance, you know, like from the standard roles, when you copy them, you have to put Y or Z or something in front of it. For the Fiori apps, do you just use the version they've given you, or you copy and then extend? Or, I mean, I'm not a Fiori admin, not trying to be, but I just want to understand.
Yeah, so I'll take one example. This is the Fiori library is our single source where you'll get all the information about the apps. So let's say I'm picking up this app which is related to ME51 or purchase PR app, a very common app. So if you see the details of this app, first it talks about which kind of solution it caters to. So S4HANA is the on-premise, this is the cloud version. So this app is for both, whether it's cloud or on-premise. And what kind of app it is, it's a transactional type of app. So we'll see there are 3 types of apps, which devices it supports, what is the database that it supports, okay, and what kind of line of business. Right. About the app, the complete details, okay, the complete details, the look and feel of the app, any associated app, and how do you use it. So in order to implement the app, this is the implementation information. Okay, so the Fiori admin, most of the time they will go into this space and they will look into the various implementation information. So such as which version it supports. So if you see, this is a very common app which was there from very start. Okay, 1511. Okay, don't know if it was in 1509 or, I mean, it's there from 2015, 16, 17, when 2020. So this app is there with most of the versions. So first you need to check which version it supports if you're deploying. So the Fiori admin, first is the basis. So basis guys installing it. So they will do the initial installations, like applying notes. So if you're applying this app, you need to apply all this SAP note in your front end and back end server. Then there is installation related information. So when you're deploying, you have to check the versions, version compatibility. So these are the minimum level of versions which are required. So once the installation is done, then there is configuration. So these configurations are done by the Fiori admin. So Fiori admin activates this ICF nodes or the registration of various OData services and the activation of ICF services. So in the front end side, this is front end activity and this is back end activity. So there are tasks which is both in front end and there is in back end. So all this information SAP already provides. Which ICF nodes you need to use, what is the ICF path, okay, which OData services you are using, the version of the OData services. Okay, so it also mentions that the user requires a PFCG authorization for both backend and frontend. Okay, so it will also provide, SAP also provides a standard role. So if we come below, we'll see the standard role. These are the standard role. So you can see SAP BR employee procurement and SAP BR purchaser. So these are the 2 standard roles which already has the authorization. Okay. So when we are using it, obviously we'll change this to say our namespace. So you can change to say Z underscore my company name underscore then this for roles. So similarly, we need to change, ideally we need to change the groups and catalogs also. Okay, so which catalog this PR app belongs? So it is part of this 2 business catalog, purchasing employee self-services, purchasing requirement processing. So PR app is part of both of this catalog. You can pick up from any of this, and it is part of 2 different business groups. Now I can have my own customized business group. Okay, suppose I do not need this naming of business group. I need my own business group. I can create a custom business group as a Fiori admin, add the standard app to my business group, and then use it. But for every catalog and business group, or even roles, there is a standard practice to like change in your own namespace. So yes, it's I mean ideally it should be changed to custom namespace,
SAP recommends not to use the standard one. Why not to use standard one? Because suppose there is a SP upgrade or any change, then what happens is, say SAP updates the business role with new authorization or updates the group with new mapping similar to catalog. Then if you have used the standard one, it will overwrite. It will overwrite the content. So the common issue using the standard role, catalog or group or anything standard is when SAP provides an update or a new SP or a new version, and while doing the technical upgrade, it overrides the standard content. So why do I need to use the standard content? If I use the standard content, it might get overwritten and it will impact my authorization or functionality. So it's always better to have a copy of the standard and customize according to my need. So that customized content will not get overwritten with SAP updates, because SAP update will only trigger to the standard SAP content. Right? That's the common.
Understood.
Yeah. So these are the implementation configuration options. So all this configuration. So now you can see like what is the depth of work which is done by Fiori admin. So it becomes if there are 1,000 different apps and every app need to be deployed in a development environment, it goes through unit testing, UAT and quality, and then to production. So it becomes a huge effort doing all this configuration for each and every app. Okay, so this is the configuration part. And again, whether you want to extend the app as in change the functionalities, you can use some extensibility options, so which SAP have provided. So this is done by the developers again. So if you're customizing, extending the app, there are related apps. So many a time you also deploy related apps. Say when you're jumping from one app to another, just one single app will not serve the purpose. So you need to have multiple associated app to do a complete business process. So these relations are also provided. Okay. So say I'm doing a PR process or PO process, and within that I also have some GRIR process, good receipt and invoice receipt process. So for that I need a few other apps. So a related apps or a bunch of apps are deployed in a same group, can be from multiple catalog, but in the same group to perform a overall business task or business process task. So this is a complete different area. So in today's session, what we have seen is mostly from the UI perspective, the various kinds of UI, especially the Fiori UI and the concept behind it. But at a later part of our curriculum, we'll also see the hands-on task within Fiori. So how the curriculum progresses is you have some basics or background initially, and then slowly, obviously, it will move to more hands-on or more difficult or hands-on section, where you are revisiting the same concept, but actually translating it into the system. So then when you do a launchpad changes or a configuration, create a role, you can relate to what we have seen now, or you can recall the previous session. So the next module, it will talk about GRC application, then IDM applications. IDM, I think you're very well aware of, and some cloud version of IDM kind of tool like CIAG and IPS and various such applications. So this is also at a high level, and then later on again we will see some few application in depth. So I think it's better to have this on a different session. Maybe we'll do this tomorrow.
Okay. But it looks like we have like 30 minutes more. Is that? Do you think we shouldn't start it?
Yeah, we can start as well, but this is like something totally different. So if you're okay with it, like two different topics, we can, yeah, we can at least start. So, okay, so yeah, let's get started with this one. So this module speaks about a couple of applications, starting from SAP GRC and IDM application and IAG application, couple of other application, as well as the little bit more detail on the Fiori way of accessing various applications. So starting with the SAP GRC overall the overview at overview. So GRC from SAP is a complete suite. GRC itself is not an application, it's not a product offering, it's rather a complete portfolio. So if you see within the GRC portfolio, there are multiple different products. So there are multiple different solution or product under the category or the portfolio GRC. One of the product is access control. So SAP Access Control, which talks about the functionality it has is related to how the access is managed, mostly the user access. So this is one product, SAP Access Control. So many a time access control, because this is the most popular SAP GRC product. So that's why SAP GRC Access Control is termed as GRC. So if someone is referring to SAP GRC, most of the time they're referring to access control, but it's not the right representation, because this GRC is a overall portfolio or solution offering, and there are multiple products within that. Access control is one of the product. Another popular product is process control. So process control refers to how do we manage various processes and especially apply controls. So processes and controls. Controls such as ITGC control, even business controls. So how do we apply control, do control testing, manage controls? So SAP process control is the tool or the product which does that. Then there is SAP GTS or Global Trade Services. Now GTS is slightly different than all other module because it relates mostly with SAP SD. So SAP SD, the core module, it relates more with SAP SD. SD is the sales and distribution, the core, one of the core modules. GTS is used majorly to manage and monitor wherever you have any cross-country transactions. So if we are using SD, it can be transaction, sales and distribution within the same country, in same geography. But if there are cross-country, like import and export done within the organization, at that time, GTS, Global Trade Services, are used. The term itself is for global trade. So managing especially the risk within global trade, risk such as trade risk, it can be compliance risks, majorly compliance risk, risk related to malicious vendor, where transactions are not supposed to be done. There are different sanctions or embargoes. So how do you manage that? So there's a complete module to it. Okay, like there is embargo from US on countries like probably North Korea or yeah, many say Iran. Iran has embargo from US. So if there's a US company, so recently there were news from SAP also on some transaction with Iran. So US has a embargo applied on Iran currently. So any transaction which is done from a US based company, even if it is located in any other country, should not happen with a Iran based organization because there is an embargo to it. So how do we control such trades in different countries in a global landscape where there are so many kinds of sanction lists or embargoes which are ongoing? So there are different providers which will provide that input or that data which can be fed real time into a GTS application, and GTS application can monitor and manage that. So it works hand in hand with sales and distribution. So although it's part of GRC portfolio because it manages certain kind of risk and it has certain kind of governance, but it comes with a different software module altogether. So what I mean to say, when you install SAP GRC application or the software, we get access control, process control, and risk management. So you get all these three, but you do not get GTS. GTS is separate. Okay, so another application is risk management. So this is another product where you are managing the risk at an enterprise level. So these are the three different products: access control, process control, and risk management. So in combination, when you're purchasing GRC software, so it comes as a GRC fundamental or a foundation pack, and it has all these three. But the licensing is separate for each of them. So you get the software of all three, but in order to use, you need separate licensing. Global Trade Services is a separate software altogether, different license. Then there is SAP Nota Fiscala, which is only for Brazil. So this application, it comes under GRC, but it is specific for Brazil. It is only used in Brazil. That's why the Nota Fiscala Electronica, probably this is in Portuguese or yeah, I'm not sure, but this application is specifically meant for Brazil because they have a different kind of compliance while doing trade. Then there is audit management. Yeah. You had any questions?
Yeah, I wanted you to finish because I have a burning question on my mind. I will leave it there. We don't have to answer it now. But I've had a client, my sales colleague for a client, request that they want an application that can do SOD check. So probably access control for both SAP and non-SAP in their whole application portfolio. So if you have any experience that you can guide me. Right now, I think we just deployed somebody to do a 15-day on-site request for information, so to assess 3-4 applications and give them recommendation and all that.
Yeah, so from SAP, the right product would be Access Control, SAP Access Control.
Can it do both SAP and non-SAP applications?
Yes, it can.
Oh, yeah. I didn't know.
But you need to do some customization. Not all application it will have ready-made connections. There are connections to it. So yeah, on consulting front, I do most of this application. I work on most of this application, mostly implementing all these products. So I specialize in GRC portfolio.
Wow, okay.
Move forward. Okay, there are two more products, newer products. One is audit management and fraud management. So these are fairly new products. Audit management caters to only audit part of it, both internal and external audit. When it's mentioned as powered by HANA, so they only work on SAP HANA database. So you need to have SAP HANA as a database to have this application. It will not work on any other database, but all the other applications you can use. You can have Oracle as a database, MaxDB, SQL. So this two application, fraud and audit management, it specifically works on SAP HANA. Audit management is for audit management. Fraud, this is a very innovative application, fraud management. It can have strategies and it can detect real-time fraud based on some artificial intelligence like AI. The newer term fraud management is an older term. So now SAP has changed the product from fraud management. The new product is called BIS, Business Integrity Screening, SAP Business Integrity Screening, or BIS. So the new term for fraud management is BIS. So this is the most latest product in GRC portfolio, which is used to intelligently detect fraud and even stop transaction on real time. So these are all the most of the products which comes under GRC portfolio. So now you can understand how big is the GRC. Yeah.
The last thing you said was intelligently detect fraud.
Yes, yes. So SAP fraud management is used to detect fraud in a real time, even in a real time, and to prevent fraud. So it uses some artificial intelligence component, and there are various strategies which can be customized. So it's a new product. It's a fairly new product, and very less clients have implemented this. So globally, if you see, very less client would have implemented fraud and audit management.
Sounds really interesting. How are these related to the ETD, SAP Enterprise? I think it's threat detection. I don't know what the E stands for again.
So, and ETD is probably enterprise threat detection. So you have ETD and a couple of other applications which are new. So they work on mostly like for the security operations center or as a SIEM tool. So those are from the IT, like intrusion detection systems. So these applications are built from a company called Greenlight. So Greenlight in partnership with SAP. So earlier it used to be Greenlight application. So if you see ETD or there is another one, I think BAM, Violation Access Management. So there are few applications which are also part of GRC portfolio now, but they are not developed by SAP. Actually, they are developed by a company called Greenlight, and recently SAP and Greenlight have kind of partnered, and probably now it is also acquired maybe with SAP. So they used to provide specific security, mostly in the cyber security area of products.
Understood.
So you can see how big the SAP GRC product portfolio is. So yeah, so this talks about various same applications, the GRC solution. So what it does, different kind of benefits that we have from all this application. So based on how big is the industry or the company or firm, what kind of benefit we can have with multiple kinds of tools. So managing risk and managing security, it cannot be managed with one single tool. So there's a saying like in security, security is a practice, it's never a product. So for all other applications or business function, there's a product. Suppose you want to do sales and distribution in your company, you can apply SD module. If you want to manage HR, you can deploy HR module. But if you want to manage security, is there any product that you can deploy and say, I have security in my company? Right?
No,
it's not possible. Right? There's no single product. So that's why this saying that security is not a product, it is a practice. So you can have a number of products in your company or your firm, but if you do not have proper security practice, there is always chances of an attack or data leakage, any vulnerability. So security is never a product. So having a secure organization or secure network landscape, it have to be a security practice. How the end user practice their security, how the consultants or everybody within the organization, how aware they are about the security. So say you have implemented all the latest applications, firewall, GRC, whatsoever, and your end users are sticking their password in their wall, right? So you cannot do anything because end users or business users are compromising their password. They're revealing it openly. Okay, if you keep a very simple password, so that becomes a very easy target for even for an external hacker and also for somebody who is a malicious user within the business. Right? So having a proper security practice, educating the user, training, applying various kind of tools. So it is always a practice. It's never a product. Right? Okay, so Launchpad, yeah, the same Launchpad Fury. This is the end user Launchpad, not the Launchpad designer. So another view of the Launchpad. So Launchpad can have data from multiple different areas. So if you see the numbers, so these numbers are the data which is coming from SAP Web Stack, or it can be a portal, a cloud application. So the numbers are the real-time data. Okay. The real-time data. You can have various kind of integration, like some news or feeds. Okay, some news feeds coming from, it can be from an RSS feed, some news portal feeds, such as I've seen in one of the client where they had a requirement of feeding the daily currency rate. So they wanted all the major currency rate like the US dollar, euro, pound, so to be displayed in the Fury Launchpad. So it was mostly related to procurement, and they wanted those kind of feeds to be there live and real-time refreshing. So you can design the Launchpad in such a way which can consume data from different resources. Then there is SAP Jam. So SAP Jam is similar to, you can say, it's a corporate social network, similar to Facebook for SAP, or say LinkedIn for SAP. So SAP Jam is a like a social portal only for SAP, like a corporate social portal. So we can also integrate that within SAP and have various information coming in. Similar to, like, we have Microsoft Teams, a little bit similar to, although Microsoft Teams is for communicating like a Messenger or Skype. So Microsoft also has its own, I don't recall the name, but
is it Yammer?
Yammer probably, yeah. But Yammer is, yeah, so similar
it's
to
like
Yammer.
Facebook, but within the corporate environment.
Corporate, right. So SAP has Jam, so you can also integrate Jam for them. Okay. So types of app, yeah. So this is what I was speaking about, the 3 different types of Fury applications. So we have transactional, analytical, and fact sheet. So what is the basic difference? Transactional, where you can do transactions, create, change, delete. So any where you're changing the data. So if you're able to change data through an app, okay, so that becomes a transactional app where there are some tasks. So there is target mapping to every app which does some creation, basically it changes some data. So it becomes a transactional category of app. Analytical, which provides you insight, some data, an overview, graphs, but it does not change. So basically a report. Okay. So reports in ABAP, similarly analytical apps. So those apps will pull data, but it will not do any changes in the data. Transactional, it will do changes in the data. Okay. Fact sheet. So fact sheet will not do any changes. It's not transactional type. It's a bit of analytical type, but it will provide information in a relatable way where there are multiple contexts to it. Say when you're searching for POs, So you will have info to which PR got converted to the PO, who have approved it, the details of the person. So it is like a more detailed way which provides the fact about the data. Okay, so these are the
Could it be
three.
likened to the drill down functionality, like when you double click and then you see all the related objects from a function?
Yes, you can drill down as well. So within the app, there are drill downs, but the look and feel, the way it's used, it's similar to, you can say, iOS, mostly like iOS application. The theme is like bluish, single colored theme.
Very quickly, before we start, I had a question on GRC, not on any of the slides. I just wanted to know, is there any resource I can go to educate myself? Like sometimes my clients are asking when they need to have a different license for which products, maybe even an idea on the cost. I know that they should have their SAP Connect to do this directly, but sometimes I need to advise them and I have no clue as a consultant, right, on that part. Is there somewhere I can just keep myself informed?
Right. I think the best place would be the official location would be SAP Marketplace. So you need to have the S user ID. So your organization can provide you S user ID, which is a SAP ID starting with S. It is a long ID.
I have one. I have.
Okay. So you need to have right authorization to see the kind of data. So like probably you cannot download any software because only the basis consultant will be downloading and installing. But as an end user or as a consultant, based on the level of access that you have, probably you can access the products and their documentation. So there are different, if you search by product, you will see these, let's say SAP GRC, you will see all the product. Click onto that product, you will see the releases, all the documentation. And if you have right authorization, you can also download those documentation related to it. And there is sizing as well. Like how much sizing do you require within the system? And various nodes, their nodes. So Marketplace is the best place, I would say, official best place. So you'll get all the licensing info, but you need to do a lot of drill down and search within. It's a vast, like a huge portal.
I'll have a go. Recently, we did like a POC on SAP UI masking and logging. I just had a small thing.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I thought that we only needed to just activate it. I was surprised that it required a license or some kind of payment. And I didn't know where to get this information. The only way I was able to know was I saw the products, the kind of like an information video on YouTube from the product's owner for Switzerland, and he was talking about license and things like that. So I wanted to see where I could actually get more details on this kind of thing.
For licensing, because licensing is very, it's a very customized thing. So even I think in the official pages, they will always refer to a sales partner or SAP sales to connect to, because licenses varies from a client to client, the number of users that you have. But at least at the overview, you'll get the overview in Service Marketplace, like what are the kinds of licenses, but not some specific, you'll not get a specific detail, like say if you have 1,000 users, what will be the licensing cost? So that can only be provided by the SAP salesperson.
Okay, I understand that, because it's a bit like your phone contract, right? It depends on whatever you've agreed. But what I really wanted to know is when you have to pay more or when you already have it, right, as part of your already existing package, so, okay.
Even that also actually depends on the contract. Like I've seen in the clients, sometimes say if you're buying say a core component, say if you're going for S4 HANA now, which is the core component. So many applications and licensing will be given free from SAP. It's like if you go for S4 HANA, you get 10 different applications and your GRC license is free. You can take multiple applications free because they get majority of the revenue from the core application.
Okay.
Yeah. So then that will be like finite. Maybe it's for 2 years or 3 years. So till 3 years, you don't pay any licenses for your GRC usage. And after that, again, it depends on contract. So they might say there's a flat license of, okay, this much euro for your license, or it might be, okay, say how many users are going to access it, if it is user based. So if there are 1,000 GRC users, this is the rate. If it is more than 1,000 till 10,000, then there is another rate.
Hey there! Want to amp up your skills in SAP System Security? Our SAP System Security Architect training course is here to guide you. You can learn at your own pace right here on our platform. In this course, we'll dive deep into SAP System Security. Think of it as your toolkit for safeguarding sensitive data and ensuring smooth operations. Our course covers everything you need, from the basics to some cool advanced techniques. It's crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are top-notch pros with years of experience. They're here to guide you through and answer any questions you might have. And guess what? Our students love this course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly beneficial. Best part? It's budget-friendly. This amazing opportunity to learn won't break the bank. Ready to master SAP System Security? Enroll on our page today. For more details, head over to ZaranTech's website.